From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, powered by ZOTAC and Crucial. Man, today it's gonna be an amazing matchup for this lower bracket, and I'm really looking forward to what both these teams have to offer. Because we have ourselves one of the best underdogs that we've had in a while, and they're in a position where they can cause absolute carnage. And we also have one of the top teams in the nation looking to defend their spot after a couple of recent results. This would surely be a sweet taste for happiness and progression through their upper bracket run. 4 p.m. we had Reckoning Esports versus Enigma, but sadly Enigma Esports weren't able to make their way for that matchup. So it looks like a de facto win for Reckoning Esports. Meanwhile, Velocity versus Revenant. Now, Universe Revenant, we've seen them be a very versatile roster throughout this Challenger series. They've pulled out very, very different compositions throughout their matchups, and we got to see something very unique, especially the last matchup that Revenant Esports had. We got to see a game where there were 10 players on the server, everybody with unique agents, something that we haven't seen in quite a while. So I'm really interested to see what Revenant Esports has to offer, because they're a team that knows how to throw a curveball without being a phoenix.
Yeah, I think that Revenant Esports have had a pretty great run in the tournament so far. In the playoffs, they've beaten all of their opponents 2-0 so far. And that being two teams that honestly have got quite a bit of a standing. Enigma in the first round 2-0, and then they beat Reckoning 2-0. So they've done quite, a number over here on some of the teams that could be potentially, in the running for winning this. Enigma, unfortunately, cannot be in that running anymore, but we do have Velocity, who are currently a heavy fan favorite at the moment, at least a lot would say. And while all of that is, going on, shall we? Let's have a look at a bit of what's happening around these teams as we enter the final. Three matches. We've got the upper bracket final, we've got the lower bracket final, and we've got the grand final. So right
Yeah.
now we're going to be seeing one of these teams head on to the grand final and secure their spot in the Challenger Series, top two, and one of them has to go down to fight Reckoning Esports.
And mind you, if Revenant Esports do bow out of this match, there's going to be a rematch of that upper bracket semi-final where
Yep.
Reckoning Esports was defeated 2-0 and forced to have this lower bracket run. Luckily for them, they did not have to face Enigma because considering the streak that Enigma had in the Challenger Series, they were ruthless after their loss to Revenant Esports in the upper bracket quarter final. So it was an interesting match to say the least that we missed. Although we're not going to miss any more bangers. This one, to start our day off with, the team that has been what many tend to be the best underdog to challenge and to contest, to maybe punch up. They get a chance. They get a chance at this upper bracket final and get a chance to make a statement, right? Imagine the circumstances now. If Revenant Esports take the W here, there's a good chance VLT might be able to outduel Reckoning Esports, which is a map, again, yet to come, a match that could go the other way. There could be a lot at stake in terms of what the storyline could be at the grand finals, which makes this so much more heated.
Yeah, there is, there's a lot at stake over here. Velocity Gaming. Well, let's have a look at their roster as we do go on ahead to talk about it. We all know that it's kind of there. While we have seen Vibhor exit this roster, he's had a pretty stellar run with them so far. Quite a number of accolades to his name, and well, we're gonna be seeing somebody else step in, and I believe that he is also gonna be somebody that a lot of people would have been looking forward to make a comeback. We have MW1 who's going to be playing today, and both of him and DM on the same team is going to be quite a bit of a firepower to be withheld. And I think the Revenant, while they must have prepared pretty well for this game, irrespective of who it is in front of them, as I spoke to them in an interview. And I would think that this kind of a throw up where Vibhor is not there and we've got MW1 in the lineup, and how they could switch things up by potentially playing a double duelist, or how they want to run things around that DM and MW1 roster is very interesting to me, because I believe that if you have these two in a team, you have you have two people who can use the operator potentially. MW1's almost as good as anybody else on the operator. Plus, you have the potential to run a double duelist combination where a Reyna can be possible, because you just need one person to dash in, the other one can support with flashes. And the Reyna is one of the favorite agents of both of these players, by the way. In multiple pugs on their streams, if we've seen, they love playing the Jet, but they love playing the Reyna just as much as well. So I'm excited to see Velocity in action today. I think that their game style that we've seen so far, that has been pretty disciplined, pretty withheld. They wait for the opponent to make a move. They try to sell out fakes and stuff. It could be a little bit on the sidelines, and maybe you could see a little bit of an aggressive play style coming in from the boys in black and yellow today.
For sure, man. It's going to be a little interesting because, like you said, the loss of Vibhor, it could be felt, right? The lack of that setup.
Yeah.
And let's also look at Revenant Esports because they're a team, when you talk about setup, they have made that their trademark. The way Revenant Esports perform, especially in terms of utility, is a bench utility dump you. It's almost like a Forsaken case where there is nothing you can do to fight back. So it's going to be a very, very interesting matchup purely in the sense that Revenant Esports, they play more on discipline and pre-planned strategy, which is something that consistently gets you results, which is something that you need when you're playing against a team like Velocity, right? You can't let them exploit what could be your um, rogue strategy, sometimes a small deviation. The way Revenant Esports play, they like to be a little more calculated, a little more precise in their approach is how I
Yep.
could put it, both on the defense and on the offense. A team that's more than comfortable playing retake, a team that likes to play a setup bait and push kind of strategy. That's the kind of Revenant that I'm expecting to see today. And of course, dude, it's all going to come down to that map veto and also the agent selection, as we have a lot on stake here. Let's also head to the head-to-head, because there is a lot of players on the server, but one key player on each side is the setup, right? Hellfighter and Logista, they're more like rooks for their team. And Logista on the Sentinel absolutely kicks ass. He's been making a lot of plays, especially throughout the Challenger series, and it's going to be very interesting because Hellfighter has been that pillar for VLT for almost, what, a year and a half at this point? So it's like the old guard in terms of consistent Sentinels going up against what could be the Rising Storm.
Yeah, I think so. I know, these guys have been kind of the backbone of their team. I think Logista in particular, I would say that since his first step into the Valorant, competitive scene, he's grown a heavy bunch. Like, he's gained a lot of experience and he's come to be one of the most respected players in the region right now. And not to forget, they were just a bunch of 5 friends who came together, wanted to play competitively, and now today they are in one of the most reputed organizations who are at the cusp of making the Challenger series top 2, and they are going to be facing off one of the best teams in the country. So yeah, I think that Logista personally has had a great development, and Helef definitely has some competition in terms of being the backbone of the team. I think both of them play the chamber really well. While Helef has his trademark, let us go to the map video while I talk about this, because I think that Revenant deserve a lot of credit for what they've done so far. Having beaten Enigma 2-0, having beaten Reckoning 2-0 is no easy feat, and we could see it clearly from their hard work that they've put in, that they do not really fear an enemy. They are prepared, they do really well. They, like you said, they know their set strategies and they execute it down to a T. And today it could be a little off because of the map picks that I'm seeing. Breeze, Fracture, and Haven. I absolutely love this. I love it when Fracture, Breeze, and Icebox come into play. 3 of my favorite maps. But I would say that Breeze is going to be probably a little bit more competitive than Fracture, because I know that Revenant themselves also have a little bit of, that love for Breeze.
Yeah, so Revenant have that love for Breeze, but like you said, when you talk about Fracture, Revenant have only 8 games on this map. And it's a map where Velocity Gaming have like an 80% win rate. So that's no joke, and that's something that you have to give to Velocity side. They have more experience on this map, they're going to be a more well-oiled machine. And when we go to map 3, like even if it goes to the decider, Haven, Velocity are absolutely brutal on this map. 90 Last time we did get to see Revenant Esports defense, especially on Haven. Boy, oh boy, with the combination that they had, if I'm not mistaken, they had that Sky Breach combination, which is absolutely causing ruckus. And they also were able to incorporate an Astra on the back of it. So imagine, so crowd control, so much utility dump at one go. Yeah, it's not going to be a pleasure for Velocity either. They really have to dig through the mud. Also, agent selection, man. This is like the nitty gritties of what's gonna make this amazing apple pie, which we're gonna have a delight with tonight.
Oh yeah, and while I talk about it, there is that Reina pick that I said that we could be seeing MW1 teasing us with it. Never mind, he looks to
Not
go
on
for.
Breeze, bro.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen on Breeze. I did not expect it as much, but he was teasing us with it. On the other side, we've got Logi locked in with the Cypher, and I think Helef might be doing the same. But this is a very interesting composition if they do go for it. A Chamber and a Cypher is very, very interesting. Plus, they have a Jet as well. So let's make. Oh, never mind. Helef goes for the Sky. Okay, double initiator here. And they've got a Sky and Sova. That's good. I think they have some good potential for the flashes that they can use. And on the other side, Wimp, while he has locked in that Sova, is Kargod actually going to go for that Yoru?
I mean, it is to some extent viable on this map. So I'd kind of give it to him, if he's able to pull off a Yoru here, it'd be respectable. Okay, he goes for the KO, a much more appropriate pick up. Either side going for the chamber, which I absolutely love. And this is a map which kind of enables chamber, right? His utility set gears you to be lethal at long range with very less investment. You don't need to invest into something like a Marshall, which you only need to hit a headshot with at long distance. Your headhunter is basically like a guardian, but you need to buy 100 creds per bullet, which is kind of a steal if you ask me. It's very little that you need in terms of making that chamber viable and lethal. So either side's going to opt in for their respective chamber, but the only difference is this double sentinel setup towards Revenant, as they have the Cypher equipped on Logi. This is going to be a nice turn of tail because Revenant are starting off on the attack, right? When their composition seem more geared towards looks to be a brutal defense. Dude, not a single duelist. This is the Revenant that I'm expecting, and I'm so happy that we got to see this. Revenant, you deserve that.
Yeah, indeed. And while we are getting started up on things here, ladies and gentlemen, players are locked and loaded in. We're just about a couple of seconds away from starting the upper bracket finals. Velocity up against Revenant. Here we go. Mid push immediately from the side of Revenant. They're splitting up towards A over here, and MW1's cleared up quite a bit of elbow as well. So the immediate rotation from Velocity does help them for one. Nightrider will get a trade back immediately. That Viper wall keeping them safe for the moment, but that recon is gonna make short work, and Deathmaker finds everything. And that's left Ember alone in a 1v3 now, with only a hope for maybe a couple of exit frags, because that spike is far beyond his reach.
And VLT seem more than ready for this kind of a push. The rotation's so instantaneous. And that recon really kind of saved them a slither of sweat, right? Because at the end of the day, with that information, they can play that angle a little more comfortably, thus ensuring that they get that frag, not leaving any room for error. And right away, has his angles clear and cut. Oh, so Ember, nice decapitation long range, and he's not taking a tick of damage. Full HP, time might be of the essence, as it's now going to be 35 seconds. Possible to boil this down with utility, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Play it on the back of Crossfire as well, which is perfectly placed with that wall. Oh, VLT with a well-set defense towards this A side, bagged this pistol. But again, we're expecting Revenant to be a little more on the defense, right? They can afford to give away a couple of rounds on the attack. The second half is where their investment's at.
Yeah, indeed. A small little thing for Ember there. I think he kind of, cut off himself from two different angles by going in from towards, the metal door. Because he had seen about one player and he could have noticed that the other player would have been anywhere on site. But hey, waste not, want not. Now that the round's done, we go towards B main, and both the chambers fighting against each other. Nightrider takes a bit of a chip from MW1 and he will go back safely. While Deathmaker has a nice sight towards mid, and he will confirm his skill. Everybody split up at the moment from the side of Revenant. And Deathmaker's gonna make the most of it, it seems. There's one more. Wimp, while he does find LF towards mid doors, Spike is still way off from where it's supposed to be, anywhere near a site. And Revenant's players are currently confused as to where they can approach this, because they've got no entry whatsoever.
They're just looking for duels if it comes their way, which it might. Deathmaker might be looking the wrong way, and he might go down the coffin, which he does. Had a couple of free pickings with the Marshall, but that's put to a stop. A 3v3. Now, Revenant Esports' forward positioning kind of gives them a small trump card, doesn't it? There's not that free rotation that VLT can commit. Every position might be compromised, and that's going to take valuable time,
Trap destroyed,
which Revenant Esports could use to exploit aside an MW1's position reveal. They know exactly where he's playing from. Trademark. Gonna be possible for him to activate as he dodges that 0 point. He needs to make these shots work, which he does. Snaps his way back to safety, and it's all gonna be left on the hands of Logi, and he's good to take MW1 down. 45 HP though, and he's up against a Viper and a Sova, so it's possible for VLT to do damage from range. Logi needs to be a step ahead.
Well, he does have only about 45 HP, so one bullet from any Sheriff or that Spectre. Good enough to take him down. Amaterasu will stabilize, but a lot lost for Velocity here. Revenant did a great job of getting 3 kills plus the spike plant, so kudos to them for this amount of damage that they've done to Velocity, because now they'll be forced to reinvest into weapons that they cannot economically provide themselves with in the next round. And with the follow-up, Revenant will have a lot more money going in. So, yep, as we can see it, they're going to have Vandals across the board, full armor, and, of course, all of the utility that they will need.
Yeah.
And on the other side, it's Velocity. Couple of players on pistols. Deathmaker just on the Sheriff. Right to ways on a Ghost as well. And MW1 going to be relying on that Headhunter. How is this going to turn out for them?
An interesting thing I noticed about Revenant is on a round like this, if they were stuck in VLT's position, they'd not be shy to invest. And that's something I feel like VLT should come into as well. That 0 point, destroyed in the nick of time. And VLT are interested to contest towards mid. So are Revenant Esports. With the superior weaponry though, VLT cannot afford to overcommit to these fights. Long distance, that's not where they're going to be favored. So their best chance is to maybe allow them to walk closer towards the site. Wimp, long range fights is where he's going to have the advantage, and that's where he picks his apples from. Gets rewarded. The juicy frag needs to be a little more cautious though as they enter sites. Sure, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, but if you walk into these kind of crossfires, even a doctor can't save you from death.
Well, Halef teasing a bit, but right to ways does swing out wide to give himself up. Nitrada will take care of that, and Revenant are being pretty cautious about this. They don't really want to give Velocity anything, knowing that it is their bonus. So they'll be playing on a little bit of a room of money, and there's ScarGod lurking around, finding himself a good kill as well. But MW1's actually he could have gotten one, but Revenant expect that, and now it's only Halef with his Spectre, and he's been spotted, and there's no way this fight favors him, but he's trying to make it work. A fake flash, not gonna give it away. Flawless round for the side of Revenant, just touch of damage taken, and only on ScarGod as well. Great round.
Timing, where Revenant Esports were able to just maneuver through that mid-round with absolute calm. They were picking and prodding across every single aspect of the map except for B main. So it put VLT defenses on red alert, and that's certainly not conducive to a good work environment. For now though, it's possible for VLT to shut this kind of momentum down because Deathmaker is back on the operator, right? We've seen this man pull off magic before. That 0 point, although not destroyed, doesn't give away position. Deathmaker finds the opening. That was through mid doors. Yep. Revenant quickly contesting, and through top mid, that setup was brilliant. They get the trade cool, but Deathmaker still has this operator, and that's something that they've not been able to cut off. So they're trying to circumvent it to some extent. They're trying to pick towards the B side. VLT, they should be more than comfortable playing retake towards B, although that Trider position discovered. That was smart by MW1. His utility set near the Berlin wall to bait their first peek towards that position, so he had the upper hand in that fight any time of the day. Rightways almost finds timing where ScarGod finds the trade. It's a 3v3 though, and Revenant Esports have very forward positioning, which gives them a slight advantage as they can find timing.
Spike down mid.
Ember's got quite a bit of sound cue information. He knows that there's a player towards either bridge or towards halls. But the problem is that Revenant don't have the spike in their hands. It's dropped in the middle of high mid.
30 seconds
and
left.
Loki trying to go and retrieve it now is going to be in trouble because he's going to have a crossfire set up between MW1. But he takes care of one. He takes care of both of them. Loki single-handedly pulls this round back for Revenant, and there comes the wall from Ember to try and cut off right away from getting any sort of picks. But time is of the essence here, and they need to either win this round by killing him off, and they will do the same. Right to waste will go down, but Loki, the hero of this round, that crossfire not perfectly timed from the side of Velocity, ends up giving him 1v1s that he will pick off pretty easily. And Revenant, what a great round to come on the back of Logi. I really thought that was not going to happen. Once that spike dropped towards high mid and, you know, right to waste, and Amaterasu also rotated there, and MW1 had control from tunnels, I thought this should be potentially a save round for the side of Revenant, knowing, you know, there's going to be a heavy crossfire. But Logi, well, goes ahead and pulls off great clutch.
No! The salt!
The immediacy of that.
Oh, they do get slowed though, so it buys a little bit of time. It buys crucial time because this backstab is absolutely massive, and that's something that's already accounted for by Logi. He set up utility, and it's all going to be on Deathmaker to make this front line work. He needs to find success to then add pressure to make this backstab even more effective. They have the Authority Force as well. On the back of this utility though, it could be in dismay, although the trade was absolutely crucial. Amaterasu finds the opening in the back lines, and MW1 needed to find success. If he delivered, that would have made the opening. But sadly, Revenant Esports, they're able to trade it off numbers. MW1 is still a risk. They can't afford to give another frag away. The white swing and Wimp is punished. If Amaterasu finds a kill, this could turn on its tail. A 1 versus 2. Time is played to perfection, and he gets the frag at the final second. They deny the round, but boy, oh boy, was it expensive.
Oh yeah, it was really expensive. Revenant Esports and Velocity both had a heavy hit that round, but it's more for the side of Revenant to take the spoils of that victory. But Velocity, they had MW1 and Amaterasu put in a great amount of effort, and a couple of kills through those smoke screens allowed them to completely cut off Revenant. But still, they're going to have impacts of it in the rounds to come, and I'm not quite sure if that's going to allow them to continue the momentum that they were hoping for. Just 2 rounds so far. LF confirming that there's a bit of a push towards mid, but MW1's been detected. He's going at a peak against 3 people. A little too reckless if you ask me, and he didn't even have his teleporter set down there. And unfortunately, it was a moment of spur that he was forced to peek out because he was detected, or else he would be spammed.
I mean, he didn't have to fully W into it though. He was being reconned and he had the time to fall back.
He could have just set down the teleporter right there and just gone back immediately towards tunnels.
Exactly. Knight Rider had to fall back along with the rest of his crew, so there's no way that they take that frag. Regardless, on the back of that frag though, the control of mid's gifted to Revenant Esports. And there's very little that VLT can even do to contest it. Hence, they're trying to play more conservative angles. Try to root out aggression. And mind you, with very significant loss of MW1, they don't have that sentinel information then to base their rotation and their information out of. So halls could be exploited, mid could be exploited. There's a lot of stress points, and the only thing that they have to fight it is that information on the guiding light. Deathmaker all alone. He has the tailwind equipped, but he needs to find that opening, which is firmly denied. And now with no escape, he needs to deliver like he's never had to before. Straight like a delivery truck, he's found his way to punch through the front, but only gets enough to maybe give a breathing room for VLT. Okay, they force out 1 error, cool. Still a 2v3 though, and Knight Riders picked up that operator.
Oh, that was a grenade shot, not going to be connecting. Helaf gets a little closer, but time is not their friend right now, so they need to play this a little bit faster. Amaterasu yet again in that clutch situation, but that Viper Spit is going to cause them heavy problems, even though it doesn't cover the spike. Because Revenant don't care, they just need players to be covered.
Timing.
And Wimp, he could be in trouble here. LF will get 2, but I don't think he's going to be able to reach the spike. That flash gives him nothing but just information that there's 1 player inside. Does not tap the spike until the last second. That snake bite comes in, and Ember will cluster around yet again. And this time he will go down to the spike, but it doesn't even matter. Revenant right now farming up those rounds, and as expected, Velocity with the much needed timeout.
I'd just like to mention one fact that, you know, everybody might have just glanced through. This attack is working so well, despite the fact that there is not a single duelist. On a map like Breeze, now that is something I didn't imagine up until this matchup. This is very heads up stuff from Revenant Esports. Yep. They're finding these small opportunities that VLT to some extent even gifted them. In the previous round, it was MW1. And in all honesty, if you're at home and thinking, hey dude, why didn't Deathmaker play so aggressive there to get a kill when he had that tailwind? Look how Revenant Esports are just running around them with in circles. The Revenant Esports are just wasting the time, wasting their utility, and making sure that they take the fight when they have the firm advantage. They're playing around not only in terms of the cover, but also the rotation. You notice so many late lurks throughout this attacking half that VLT simply can't sleep with both their eyes closed. They always have one eye open, which is causing them a lot of issues when it's day.
That, you know, you couldn't have put it any better. I think that the entirety of Velocity Gaming right now have got a bit of a situation in the hands that they are giving away that mid control while they are fighting for it as well. they're not able to secure it in the sense that they would want to. I think that in their buy rounds, while they did have MW1 run up in the previous round, you know, like a madman, he did give up his life pretty easily there. And this time, he's going up towards tunnels and he's all alone there. While he could have teleported away, he was not ready for that fight. It is an eco round for Velocity, so they are looking for something to work upon, and that's one. Deathmaker does get them a little bit of an opening, and right now they're split across the map. 2 and 2, make that 2 and 1, and yep, like you said, it right away is a good positioning, but misses his shots until the very last second. Picks up the Vandal, has got a player in front of him looking over. Recon not going to reveal much to him at the moment, except for Wimp's position, who is planting the spike. And just in return comes one more. They don't know the Deathmaker's here though, and Ember's on the lurk towards mid. While it is being detected, Rasul gets his kill. And now, Velocity need to be careful.
They try to lay a little cover. Deathmaker gonna be on the push, swinging the right side on the pillar. Not able to find success, but buys enough distraction for right ways to find that kill. Logi though confirms it.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, this is again VLT on somewhat of an inferior buy, right? So the amount of damage they did, it's keeping the lead that Revenant Esports has like a stacked card, like a stacked house of cards. You know, you sure have a tall house, but one blow and your economy goes away, your ability to defend your lead goes away, and the momentum can sway the other direction. So Revenant Esports, with all their wins being costly victories, they're not really setting themselves up for long-term success. It's only circumstances that's giving them these rounds on such a basis, and that's something VLT need to change, and they need to change right now.
Yeah, well, Deathmaker's been detected. There comes the Hunter's Fury though to try and deny a little bit. Naikara will get him though, and there's Amaterasu, who could have gotten that kill for free almost, but Scar God's reaction, what to his perfectionist nature. MW1 will return the favor to Knight Rider, but it is still a 4v2 in the favor of RNT. There's no way they're getting into this.
They've invested so much into this round already. MW1 needs to make sure that the operator remains in the hands of Velocity Gaming. We've known that Revenant Esports lurk towards this segment of the round, so it's possible for Ember to even start farming for these exits now. If not getting the kill, at least get the information, because the rest of his crew have already started rotating over. This is where Revenant Esports need to punish. Make sure that VLT cannot take anything towards the next round. Ember has a lot of money in the bank already, so even if he does use this utility, gonna be helpful, although he has second outed himself, and his rotation through defender spawn ends up costing him his life. Revenant not in the nick of time to make the punish, and VLT, they're able to carry forward a couple of guns. Now, they can still make ends meet here. They can drop Deathmaker, that operator. MW1 should be able to play on his Headhunter. Hell, at least he can deliver some damage, if not a kill, right? You have 8 bullets. At this level, you should be hitting headshots day in, day out, even with your eyes closed. So I'm pretty sure MW1 will be lethal on any utility set or weaponry you give him. We just need to see Velocity wake up.
Yeah, but look at this. It's going to be another B hit as they did before with the ultimate of the KO. And that's perfect. No flashes, nothing. No information whatsoever for the side of Velocity. LF might have gotten one, and Deathmaker chimes in with another. But they will be able to retrieve back at least one of those 2 fallen. And that's Gargot coming back to life. Shock dart from right to waist to try and give a little bit of damage to the planter, but not going to happen. The snake bite as well, not going to touch them. Revenant in prime position to lead the victory on to the second half with the 7th round in their bag right now. But it's still a 3 versus 3, and it looks like Velocity could come back into this. That recon does help them a little bit.
Push.
Oh god.
Right to Azu leading the charge. Scar God is position discovered. They're spamming him down. He's the one that they're trying to hunt. MW1 position held. But he misses the shot on the operator, and he's not able to get back to safety. A man advantage, but that might turn for nada. They traded out though. Amaterasu, Sheriff, this range could be lethal, and Logi yet again. This is why we had this man in the head-to-head. The consistency that Revenant Esports need to pull off such an immaculate performance. A firm lead that they've gained in the half that they weren't even favored to take the W on. 7-2, a 5-round lead. And VLT, how many more of this could they give away? They've gone back into their buy. Their ultimates somewhat are close to being synced. You have MW1 who's dangerously close to the Tote Force. Velocity's Deathmaker has the blades available. It's possible for them to be lethal on the rounds coming forward, but the rounds just are running out of the tank, and VLT desperately needs some gas in this first half.
Yeah. And this is going to get all the more difficult towards the defensive side, OG, because we know that while they do have no duelists, they've got a lot of defensive characters, and that miss from Deathmaker, while it did hit, Askar got a little. It's not a complete kill. And that's going to be harming them a little bit more because Deathmaker would have really wanted that kill. Now they know that there's one operator here, and they've even probably seen MW1. They know that is a little defensive on this side, right to Ace. Oh, he's probably going to be detected, and Deathmaker will clear him off. One good advantage for the side of Velocity in a long time, and there they go towards A Revenant as they switch up their plans, and Asu will get him, and Helaf adds on to that. Logi now looking for his time of the party, but Helaf completely shuts him down. Finally, Velocity will make a move on the scoreboard, and there is MW1 cleaning things up. 7-3 on the scoreboard. Not too far away lost if they're able to make up the next 2 rounds as well.
Yeah, VLT were firm in that defense this time. They did not rotate one bit. In fact, they tried playing around with the information. Beautiful drone from right to Ace, right? Perfect timing on the information enables Deathmaker to be lethal there, or else things could have been a little more questionable. So they're able to piece together one round, but you also need to take this into consideration. This is the first round that they won since round number 2. And with 2 rounds away from the half being done. So 7-5 still will be a redeeming scoreline. Revenant Esports, though, with this double Sentinel setup on the back of a Sova, Viper, and also a KO, all agents which have a lot of defensive utility to stop pushes, to stop angles from being viable, to disperse crossfires, and not only crossfires, but also your ability to use utility. Now, that is a lot that you have to throw on the defense with. And I just hope that Revenant Esports, they've taken their lesson from prior and learned to close out games as soon as possible. Because right now, you need to kill the beast while it's limping. You can't let that beast get ready to strike again. And Velocity, that's exactly what they are. You give them an opportunity, and that's a fight that they will be willing to endure if it means that they get to take a W.
Revealing area.
Well, quick move by Nitrider to get in towards elbow as Revenant are taking yet again the same approach towards mid, but this time it looks like it could be towards B. A heavy commitment towards B tunnels while they push right to Ace back yet again, and it's only Amaterasu who's on the B side currently. Rotations are being called in. Right to Ace has made his way here, but the side is kind of way open over here. Only Amaterasu blocking it their way. They should be getting this side if they take him out, and there it is. Side is open. They even took care of right to Ace first, knowing that there's going to be that crossfire setup between them. And Skargod goes for the peek towards Spawn. Deathmaker misses a shot yet again, while MW1's already gone down towards the flank. And with that, they know that both the players are towards Spawn. A double peek from 2 different angles. There's no way Helaf wins that, and neither does Deathmaker. Great round yet again from Revenant. Their hard work and their set strategies pulling off so well, and the way they kind of split up Velocity is what I love the most. They know that Velocity are playing in towards this B side a little too passive. They're playing against the wall. They're playing towards Spawn, and they're having just one player, the support, who is right to Ace, who's playing in towards mid. High mid is the one who's rotating in, while Helaf, comes and takes his position. And because Revenant push it up so fast, right to Ace cannot really go into the side to support him and hold it off. So they get easy crossfire set up there, but Revenant expect it, and they countered it perfectly.
The fact that they were able to hold for the rotation first and then kill the players towards side is in and of itself extraordinary. And you say the word, the man comes in with the display. Nice show of skill, although he needs to fall back or else that will be a free kill. Revenant Esports yet again want to push the metal to the pedal, and Deathmaker, he has his hands on that throat. Revenant though, they fight the choke with getting map control of their own. Mid exposed. Ember, position gained to some extent, but Amaterasu will not overextend in a position like this. His utility is key for VLT to hold position towards this B main choke point, and Deathmaker then will be allowed for free picking towards the mid. But he has his blade, so he can be mobile and lethal. He doesn't need the operator on timing yet again. He gets the double.
Spike down mid.
And the board as a whole. VLT string yet another round, but on the back of individual brilliance. And that leads to them only having 4 in total here at the end of the first half. As they walk into the second half, things are just gonna get a whole lot harder. So I'm ready, if they are, for this upward climb towards victory, or else this is looking like a Revenant dream for sure.
Well, it does look like it. That round came into the back of Deathmaker's aim, as well as just pinch perfect timing when Logi just turned around for a second, and there was no trade coming in from Ember there. 4K from Deathmaker was a very much required one from them. They need a boost of confidence on him right at the moment. And he is the one leading the charge for them, so he's the one who can fire up the team a little bit more as they get into the attack half and go against a setup that has practically everything defensively related. Ember, he's got covered A main while his team has already secured mid control. Look at the amount of information they've got, OG. They know that MW wants towards A main, and they can try to, you know, split this attack apart, knowing that he could probably be on a lurk over here. And that's exactly why this camera from Logi is covering up B main, and he's kind of playing passive about it because he knows he's got support. There's Wim spotting on hell left, so they know that this could be a potential B hit because he's going to be initiating the attack on that side. And while MW1 is trying to cause some damage in terms of information or fake it out,
Cage triggered.
Revenant know what's up. Deathmaker gets a little confused, but look at the amount of damage from that one shock dart. It's got 3 players pretty low, and there goes Scargot. One by one, they keep dropping like just flies. And now right to waste has been separated from Helef, and he can't even heal him. No hope for them. Helef will get one great shot, but will he be able to secure more? Because there's 3 more to go. And Revenant, they just want to waste my time now.
30 seconds
Okay.
left.
Gargot.
Doable. 3 HP. He needs precision incision right now. Cannot afford to overstep. Has Tailblaze, so information is gonna be key. Pod's only 1 player though, at least the tracers of it. And time, again, gonna be playing against VLT as it's always been in this map 1. VLT relying on Helef to find the clutch, and that's not gonna be remotely possible. Revenant just playing it so disciplined, so well coordinated on the 2v2s, the 3v3s. They make the maneuvers that make so much of a difference.
Yep.
When you don't commit to a fight, you give VLT lesser options. You don't give them the opportunity to find maybe a trade, maybe an opening. And that is very, very crucial. That is a very trademark play from Revenant throughout this Challenger series. And it's gotten them success so far, and it's giving them success even up against one of India's best teams. Not only India, South Asia in general, right?
Yep.
So, certainly speaking
Oh
results.
no. That's just a mere walkout, which Nightrider will easily clear out Deathmaker. While he dashes to the side, his cover's gone, and he's wide open for the killing.
Look
and
on it.
Yep. And Ember, he's crawled up close, so now Velocity have
Right here.
nowhere to go. The spike, while it is on the hands of right to waste and they are towards A main, they've got utility dumping in over here. Ember's ready for this. Nightrider gets his third, while Ember will clean up the last one as well on towards A main, and Nightrider will secure the round with his 4K. 10 and 4. And looking really strong at the moment. If Velocity want to get back into this game, they have to make sure and win the next 3 rounds in succession. They have to beat out the side of Revenant on their buy round, which is coming after this bonus. And they need it desperately. They need it with an attacking prowess of having at least 4 players alive. Because the more money they lose in a scoreline like this is more it affects them while they continue on this map of Breeze. And like I said earlier, we all saw this as well. Revenant love Breeze just as much Velocity do. And while we did see this kind of, you know, the change in their roster come in, MW1 stepping in, I would still say that Revenant have absolutely torn through Velocity's book here and said, we read this and we know this by hearted.
And you can see CA being very, very vocal. And the rest of Velocity Gaming, they're allowing their coach to pump in the juice, and they are in position to get this ball rolling. At least that's what they need to be thinking like. Because again, we didn't mention the fact that the ultimates that Revenant have on the back of having this kind of a sentinel setup is going to be excruciatingly hard to walk past, right? Knight Rider is dangerously close to his Tode Force. Logi, he could be the menace on this defense duty because he's found so much timing on the offense, and being the Cypher, you have a lot of information to play out of. So I'm very excited to see how his reply to Velocity's adaptation now is going to be. As it looks to be an A commitment, they've left MW1 to lurk towards halls, which might be an ideal situation if they're able to deal with Knight Rider. If they deal with Knight Rider, there's no information that Revenant Esports will then have to detect that halls push, which will then amplify whatever effect that they're trying to get. That's going to be the crucial piece.
Look at the early commitment that they had already towards the A side. They kind of stacked up over there. Deathmaker will get the first frag. And there's MW1 trying to cause a distraction, and ScarGod absolutely oblivious about it. While Ember does get the help of a flash to get one kill, it's all it's gonna be for them. Logi, one man standing, hoping for maybe to drop a couple of weapons on his way out of this round. Taraso's got his eyes set in the direction he's walking in. Oh, the timing that allows Logi to crawl in, but he's been spotted, and that Vandal will do a lot more damage than the Spectre in that long range. And MW1 hears it all. But he's on 2 HP, so one bullet from that Spectre could cause delays. Logi, he's just playing around with his food at the moment. There he goes towards mid, but Deathmaker says no more. And he's going to be able to find himself that frag. 10 and 5, and Velocity need to win the next one to try and find themselves back into this game.
I did mention that Knight Rider was close to the Tode Force, and that's now the case for MW1 as well. Both of them being a single point away. So we'll soon get to see a nice, good old-fashioned chamber duel, which is going to be interesting. Although Knight Rider, his investment into the sniper is going to be early. He's gone in for the operator, and that's going to be a sight to behold. On the defense, especially with a chamber, on a map like Breeze, it's going to be a hard task for you to deal with unless you have that KO, which is something that Velocity did not have. So it doesn't remove the ceiling of what the possibilities could be, although Deathmaker nearly takes the dome of ScarGod. He's down in 26 HP and now needs to maybe take a more conservative approach, although he's going one and done, and MW1 has done him dirty. Logi almost found right to ace in transition. They give them the B side in an open platter, and Hellfighter, he takes the cherries for the picking.
Spike planted.
That was quick, that was lethal, and that was Velocity to some extent giving Revenant a taste of their own medicine, especially with Hellfighter's linchpin position there towards mid. Kind of what Logi has been doing the entirety of the first half when he was on the offense, right?
Yeah, that is true. And now this was the one round of Velocity wanted. That split was perfectly executed. LF held down that high mid region like a iron wall, 10 feet tall, and while they have secured this round, I would really love it that Velocity lose no more players or no more weapons, but they are circling this player of Revenant Knight Rider because they don't want him to save this operator, but he's being a menace and he's dropped too. And Velocity, well, they do have a couple of ultimates to work with at least. They've got a Seeker available on LF, and they do have even the Tour de Force and MW1. Do have something to work with. While I talk about that, Knight Rider himself is up with the Tour de Force, and he's going to be using that in this round where, unfortunately, the side of Revenant are forced to be on an eco. And that round kind of, split across, like you said, in their face. That linchpin movement was perfectly executed. They had such a great setup, but Velocity completely tore through it when they came in with the trades. The trade came in at the right time. They came in with the distractions coming in from two different directions, and they caused havoc all across the map. And the same thing that happened to Velocity on defense when they tried to rotate towards B happened to Revenant.
Velocity have found a reply, sure, but they're far from back into this game, right? Sure, they're back into their mojo, but like you said, with these key ultimates being up online for either side, it enables Revenant to now maybe play a little more secure, because they have the Tote Force like you mentioned, but they also have that neural theft. Now the neural theft is going to be very, very crucial on, like, let's say a retake situation. You trade out a 3v3, let them get to the post plant when you're going to be rotating over, find a corpse, find where they are. Information is half the game, right? Knowledge is power, kids, and that's all that they need, because in terms of mechanical prowess, either side could go head to head without you knowing who could be who.
Yep. Slow approach from Velocity. A little different one as well. They're approaching halls this time. And pretty heavily as well. They've got a drone that spots both of them out. And there goes the door opening. While that smoke will come in, Knight Rider with the no scope will still be able to get one. And it's only the one trader that Maker finds, and it's a 4v2 almost instantly. On an eco round, Revenant. What a hole. Then Knight Rider with that kill probably would have secured this round. And with the neural theft, there's nowhere that right to ace and Amaterasu can run away. But these two veterans need to get their team this round. This was supposed to be theirs on paper, but in reality, it turns out to be something that they fear. They have failed this test. And Scargod's got the perfect position to cut both of them off. They know that one's on the site, and a lot of distractions being caused, but well, the plant can go down. Knife to try and suppress them a bit to get the wall down, but it's not going to happen. Amaterasu a little aggressive for his own good. Could be caught out here. The double peek comes through, and that is a mistake that he would have been definitely thinking about for the next couple of rounds. Oh man, the plant could have come through. It would have been a little bit easier for them because they were not being pushed as much. But Amaterasu went out in the open, and the wall was cutting off right away from supporting him as well. And the players of Revenant, hiding safely behind those boxes, just waited for that very moment to double, triple peek and just, you know, find that round.
I feel like that's more down to opinion, because at the end of the day, with a 4v2, what VLT were looking to do there is try to thin out the numbers before they play objective to make their life a little easier, which could be the right call to make. And you know, Revenant have proved one thing: if they don't have firepower to put, you know, a little more power on the brakes, their utility does the job for them. Hence the Sentinel setup working brilliantly. And well, Knight Rider comes in with a chamber diff, but the trade more crucially there for VLT, which enables them to be more competitive in a round like this. A round that they so desperately need. Revenant on the cusp of map point, and Amaterasu finds the opening. Deathmaker, his commitment from halls enables them to have forward control of the site, which Revenant Esports do not contest. They want to play this a retake, and Hella is not able to make his position work. They've handed the advantage back. That's why Deathmaker needs to play this aggressive position. He needs to find the opening on the back lines, and he's found Scargod's back turned to the wall. And with that, he'll ball. Imp, the trade. Crucially positioned, given away. And that might enable Logi on this backstab, but given time, Right to Ace has come to expect this. He wins the duel crucially. And now this crossfire, set in stone, Wimp. To pick, he might have a bone. Right to Ace though with that triple. And he's gonna make this round dribble 7-11. VLT, 4 rounds towards an equalizer, and this seems like a more doable task. If VLT are able to fire in all cylinders, this could be the charge of an incredible comeback against all odds.
Well, it could be. Let's find out if it does go all the way. They still have a bye. Revenant, all of them. Knight Rider is going to be the only one with the Headhunter. He still is potent with that. He's been on a roll this game so far. MW1 looking for an opening towards mid door. So Knight Rider might come and challenge him. But it's going to be far out duel. Oh boy. Just across and apart. And MW1 just not on his mark today.
Yeah.
But Velocity are trying to make up for it by going up towards B tunnels and letting Deathmaker do the work. Scargod will deny that drone from coming any further, but no information per se of agents being close to him. But they know that this B hit for the moment from elbow is not that forward, and slowly Velocity actually rotating, and Revenant are reading this because you can see Wimp is aware of the fact that there could be fake here, and he's made his way towards halls.
Yeah. They know. They are at least accounting for the fact that they can play this off rotation and information, which Knight Rider now is going to give them at least a chunk off. Not an audio distance to hear that orb though. And they are going to commit BO3. They won this A side. They're going to take it with their force. MW1, beautiful kill on a Knight Rider. But when that recon needed to be dismantled, I'm not sure why nobody from Revenant is even trying to deal with that recon. This is a very, very crucial misplay. A small one that's costed them dearly.
Yeah. That recon should have been broken by the person who just came behind me. I think that was Ember who followed up with the, you know, the person on site, Knight Rider. And I think that they should have been able to find that kill. Find that recon and, you know, get rid of it. Not lose a life like that. But because of which, now they are forced to save both Logi as well as Skargod. And given the fact that Skargod has a really important ultimate as well, which can be potentially match point winning ultimate, he needs to make sure that they utilize it in the right moment, because Velocity are slowly gaining momentum. And not to forget, while this is their map pick, we've seen them make comebacks often on the map of Breeze, no matter how many times they've been down against Global, against Enigma at times. They've managed to do quite a bit, and especially when this squad of Revenant, a bunch of them were even in God Particles. They were in a situation, I remember many months ago, where I think Velocity were about 9-3 down or about 8-4 down, and they made a hell of a comeback from about 11-5, and this could be one of those times.
Scanning ahead.
I hope for Revenant's sake that BLT aren't their kryptonite, especially with such an admirable performance here in the first half. It would be a disappointment to see them bow out of a fight in the half that they're supposed to be far more superior in. It's gonna be a very, very committed play from VLT. They don't have lurks set up at any part of the map except halls, but they still have a little utility to detect backstab. And now the commitment yet again is Deathmaker making the dart, and he's found success with the same play on multiple occasions. Ember is able to take down right ways though, which is interesting because he did it with a poison dart. So yeah, it was kind of funny considering that right ways wasn't cover, although Cades still favor VLT, and this is a round quickly dismantled yet again as Revenant were on an infuriating up. Okay. Whew. Wimp. Disgusting, my friend.
Well, that was a shot and a half that he's going to be remembering for his highlight clip, but the job's not done. While highlight clips come and go, a victory against Velocity on Breeze is not one you get that easy, my friend. And let's find out if they're going to be able to make this 9-11 scoreline into 11-11, because if they win this on Velocity, they're going to have quite an easy time moving up to level scorelines. And Knight Rider could be the detriment of it, because two players are walking up towards him right now. He does have that Viper's poison orb blocking his vision, but he will get back immediately. A little too close for comfort over there. While this fake is being sold towards halls, I think that this is B split, but a very, very large B split. Coming in from halls to go all the way towards B while they see it as a fake is something that I really like. Velocity could be selling this really well. Unless...
Hell, I've paid the price. What an innocent bystander in that experience. Logi has a lot of utility set up though, and that's something that Rightways hasn't been able to dismantle just as of yet. That 0 point's gonna deny any kind of information. Revenant, they're committing everything to defend this B side. Time is gonna be off the essence, and Deathmaker finds the rotation. Wimp punished, but Ember's position could be used as a very, very delightful setup if they do commit long rotations. And well, they don't commit long rotations, they do it short and they're cut short by it. Perfect rotation for Knight Rider. He grabs himself his triple, and these kind of peaks are gonna be in his favor any time of the day. They just peek him long range, they peek him one by one, and with the operator, he performs the operation needed for Revenant to finally put a stop to this momentum that VLT have gotten and put themselves up on map point. Although VLT, touching distance to 3 rounds, we've seen them knit so much together, we still could foresee this go to overtime.
Well, that is what Velocity would hope for.
Yes.
But honestly, Revenant have put in a lot of work. That round from Knight Rider was brilliant. Unfortunately for Amaterasu at that point, neither did he have his poison op, nor did he have his smoke screen to execute that play towards the A side. But as soon as, let's talk about that later, because right now Logi is playing to perfection. The smokes of his enemies are working out to his benefit, and he's playing in his own cage now. Goes for one more, but MW1 will shut him down. It is a 4v2 almost instantaneously for the side of Velocity as they try to hope for a comeback and that overtime to come through.
Gonna be hard though. Gonna be very, very hard. Revenant Esports, either they save this gun or they, try saving the round by actually winning it. They can't afford to take L's on two fronts here. They take the wiser decision, they save that operator, and they have the chance now to mount at least a formidable defense.
Standing.
Like, I said that and such. Nonetheless, 31st is still available. A chance. And that's what they need here. A chance to close this out. Nice pick by Ember. At least denies guns to some extent on the side of VLT. That operator, far from crabs. Ember taken care of though. VLT need to reinvest to some extent. Although right away is very close to his Hunter's Fury, could make the difference. Now VLT suddenly have a little more post plant, right? That's something that you find a little hard that Revenant to deny. If right away is in a position where you can't get denied by that 0 point crucially, it's going to be possible for VLT to then take the back foot on that hold. Otherwise, we should expect VLT to play a little more aggressive, because the amount of flush utility on the side of Revenant is something that you can't really play a 5v5 post plant with.
Yeah, that is true. Velocity this time maybe hoping for the Seekers to come through and play that B side, but look at Knight Rider. Oh boy, he gets one still. Oh, that was a jump and a shot of a half, and Scargods found himself a little bit of a nook and corner to get into.
I mean, as well.
He might not expect this elbow push, but he does see right to as he does not get it. The Spectre at that range will not be connecting his shots, and that's left Wimp alone. Revenant losing all their players except for the one who's waiting for the rotation, but MW1's gonna shut him down. Velocity bring it to the final round of regulation. Are we going to see overtime, or are Revenant gonna shut this out 13-11?
They have one chance, one opportunity. And if they don't take this, it's VLT finding themselves on equal pegging. They have the investment, however. They have everything they need. Utility, guns, shields. This is their chance. They have the operator on Knight Rider, who's been quite the menace. Although VLT have certainly woken up and
I've got your
found
trail.
a response. They've opted in to invest the Seekers early. They're looking to punish any kind of early aggression. And Knight Rider's position still not discovered, although the Hunter's Fury is gonna give it away. And Amaterasu faster on the trigger. Ember needs to find success as he's all alone towards this backer side. Wimp is just on the verge of joining him, and Ember finds a very crucial frag, although MW1's lurk continues to be a problem for Revenant Esports. So ironic, Revenant Esports, their play being worked against them, and Ember, he's looking to redeem not only himself but the rest of his team. They need the frag on Amaterasu, who ends up going down. MW1, Todefos on the back pocket. He could deny a lot of praise if he uses the weapon, but he's not able to make the transfer work, and Revenant Esports closed this out at the last possible opportunity. Wimp putting what we call down hero salam.
Defenders win.
And boy, oh boy, are they gonna be thankful for that. 13-11. That came close to the wire, but VLT undoubtedly gotta be slightly disappointed.
Yeah, it is absolutely amazing the way Revenant, it was a clutch that came in through in the end. It could have gone right 3-4 different ways for them. They had the disadvantage against them, but that clutch in the end was brilliant. The way they, circumvented, double peaked everywhere they went. Amaterasu could have actually shut that one out if he had won that fight against, the Sova. But hey, it didn't really come through because the peak that he had, unfortunately, threw his first bullet accuracy into the wind, and that's about it. MW1, while he did have a chance to clutch that out, there was only so much he could do against two players picking up against him. Let's go to the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. Velocity have a lot of work to do going into the second map. And by the way, it is Fracture, so I'm not feeling too hot about this, but I am excited about the possibilities of what we are going to be seeing.
That's the entire point of this. That's the entire reason why we were so hyped about Revenant, right? The sheer possibility that they could accept VLT is what got this upper bracket so much attention. And they they made that from what some people would call a speculation into a fact. Sure, they required a lot of rounds on the second half where they were more favored to close it out, but a W is still a W. They have a couple of flaws that they need to root out, and VLT, they really came in clutch when it was required. They made a very, very Herculean task feel almost doable. And that in and of itself is a feat. The fact that they came close to even accomplishing it was something that they can surely take away. And they are a team that have been on the cusp. Not even on the cusp. They've been on the upper echelon of South Asia. So there's a reason that they're at that level. They have experience in fighting back from such situations. On, like you said, a couple of months ago, they did the same to God Particles, which are now Revenant Esports. A perfect making for a perfect decider to who's going to be our first finalist here at the Challenger Series.
Well, Revenant have taken their first step towards it, and beating Velocity would give them insurmountable amounts of confidence going into the grand final. If at all they do, take it up as a 2-0 or a 2-1 even. It's just, it's kind of difficult to, sometimes digest the fact that when you have a comp which does not have a duelist, you would eventually expect them to perform better on the defense. I mean, it's only by standard, right? But Revenant Esports had such a great attacking half, and when it came to the defense, they kind of struggled a bit at times. When the first two rounds came through and they followed up a third a little bit later, they had things in control. But that comeback from Velocity, where they changed up the pace, because Revenant, I think, were expecting to be a little bit more passive. They know that Velocity has a little bit of that, control kind of play. They wait for information, they play for picks, and sometimes they have these executes that come in after, pretty late in the round. But there were so many rounds where that B-tunnel execute where Deathmaker flew in, or when he came in from halls with Hell F and tried to dash into the side, caused distraction, was all really fast-paced. They tried to do it within the first 30 seconds or 40 seconds of the round, didn't really waste as much time as we see Velocity usually make their plays after the 1 minute mark has passed based on information. It threw Revenant off, but eventually in the end, when it did happen towards the A side, it was individual brilliance that came into play and a little bit of, that first bullet accuracy that threw Amaterasu's one shot away. Because I think that if Amaterasu would have gotten that kill, I think it would have changed the game, man.
Another thing that I feel like changed the game, but you don't really see it on stats, is MW1 and Logi's performance and their playstyle. Sure, people might be like, hey, Deathmaker has 22 kills, Knight Rider has 23, why aren't they MVP? No. Breeze is a map where that lurk play could change the entire game because of how many nooks and crannies they are. The pressure that Logi and MW1 add in that back line is what gives you the edge, is what puts that defense on the rotation, guessing themselves, which buys you a couple of extra seconds, which is crucial. And talking about a couple of extra seconds, we, alongside Revenant and VLT, are going to go off on a short break. So scan that QR code, grab your own can of Red Bull. Again, a huge shout out to our sponsors, LG Ultragear, Crucial. Go down to the description. You know how good this could be. Like the grand finals, we're going to be right back with it in just a few seconds. So yeah, see you on the other side.
legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenge Series, powered by ZOTAC, powered by Crucial. Scan the QR code down below and get your own can of Red Bull. But all that put aside, let's go business. Let's talk map 2. It's gonna be Fracture to continue our journey here in this upper bracket grand final to decide our finalist. It's a map that's picked by Revenant, and this is where things fascinate me. Revenant have only 8 games on Fracture, like I mentioned before, map 1. So if they're picking maps like Fracture, which they've not had much of a track record on, means that they've come in with some kind of prep work, means that they've come in with some kind of curveball. And I'm interested to see what that curveball is, because Fracture is a map that you get to see a little variation of, and I say little because that's all that it is, right? You normally expect the breach to be an initiator on most occasions. You do see a chamber be very viable. Sentinels are something that's key on this map to then base your rotation out of. So we're going to be seeing a composition like we did on Breeze. I'm all in, and that's something that Revenant Esports have the ability to play. Now, the question is, will they have the ability to do that on Fracture? I feel like that's a map where a lot of things are still undiscovered, and they have that golden opportunity to take an upset 2-0, which is something that I really didn't think I'll say to myself when I woke up today morning. So I'm kind of trying to pinch myself right now.
Yeah, I mean, Breeze is a map that you would expect Velocity to, completely be themselves on, dominate, and even if not dominate, they are the ones who usually win by the scoreline that we just see. And to see Revenant come up so well, to have themselves get such a great attacking half without a duelist, the amount of control that they've established themselves with is amazing. And now that we go on to Fracture, I really expect that Revenant Esports are going to be riding on a wave of confidence. They're going to be absolutely set in stone about what they want to do, and even if there's an adaptation that comes in between, I'm pretty sure they're going to be doing just fine, because Velocity, while they have their ups and downs with Fracture as a map that they ban, while they don't really have a problem with playing it, I don't eventually see it in their active map pool as of yet. They love a certain number of maps that we all know. Haven is one of their favorites. Breeze, again, one more. And if it does go to a map 3 here, Velocity could have it in their hands. But Fracture is a mighty task for them, because Revenant, if they were that prepared on Breeze, I'm actually worried about how Fracture is going to be running out. Velocity really need to come up with something different to take them out here. Whether it's a composition change in terms of how MW1 is going to be coming in, if he is filling in the role for the chamber yet again, because I feel like he can do really well on that agent, and he did in the previous map as well. But I would say that, both these teams have their own way of playing, and I think that MW1 stepping into the roster gives them a potential for that double duelist that I really think that, they should try to exploit, because while Chamber does have, his, operator abilities that you can throw him up front, have him get the first picks and stuff, I would say that MW1, like we just saw, clearly has not been hitting his operator shots. He missed quite a few of them on the map of Breeze, which is, not a problem. It's just a day where you don't get your shots. Then you move on to stuff that that works out better for you. When it's a dialogue that I'm pretty sure that Brimstone himself says it, or I don't know who says it, which agent says it, that if you're not able to make impact with your weapon, there are other ways to make impact in the game. And I think that MW1 should be able to do that with Vandals, Phantoms, and if at all anything else, whatever agent he picks with that as well. So I think that Velocity need to maybe try and switch things up right here, because Revenant look very prepared.
I think the saying that you're going after, it's not about the size of the sword, it's about how you use it that makes the difference. So the last time that we did see VLT play on Fracture, and I'm bringing the limelight to VLT due to the fact that now they are the ones who are risking a bracket run if they take the L here, right? The last time that we did see them play Fracture was against EG, and the composition that they went for then was Helif was on the Astra, Vibor crucially was on the Chamber, a player that we think is crucial to VLT, and I think his presence was felt to some extent on that defense duty. But in terms of Fracture, like you said, MW1, it should be a new start for him here in map 2, and he could redeem himself. If he wants to fill in Vibor's shoes, he could even go for that exact role to some extent. Deathmaker was on the Raze, which is something that he's also comfortable with apart from the Jet, and Right Away is on the Viper alongside Amaterasu on the Breach, which is more of a standard duo on a map like Fracture. You expect both the Viper and the Breach to be phased in almost every time due to the fact that especially that Breach utility so influential in the way you can just open up that B side like a walnut and take all those engagements for the picking.
Yeah, I think that, that Breach combination with another initiator, if they do want to go for it, which does, and at times can be really good with the KO, or if they want to go for the Sky, which, does come out about being. We'll find out. Let's go to the game. The agent selection is up, ladies and gentlemen, as we've got Velocity fighting an uphill battle. And if or not they're going to be making it through, let's find out. While we do have the agent selection, it is already Velocity in their seats, tightened in with the seat belts. Amaterasu with the Breach. We've got Helif on the Astra as they look to go for a double controller setup here, which is, of course, not uncommon on the map of Fracture. It is a pretty tricky map, but on the other side, we've got a Brimstone, which I believe is going to be very useful in terms of not just his smoke abilities, but also his ultimate, which is practically, a godsend on this map because it can almost cover an entire site by itself. And they've also got a Breach as well. So stun and use an orbital strike, you're as good as dead, unless you're a Chamber who can teleport away or a Jet who can dash away. And, well, let's find out how it works out for them, because it looks like they are going to be playing without a Viper. Oh, okay, a Sage.
Okay.
I've not actually seen that before on the map of Fracture. This is the first I think I've seen of Sage on the map of Fracture. And to combine that with a Chamber, combine that with a Cypher as well. Yeah, I'm not really sure about this lineup, OG, but I think that it does get me excited. But I'm not in the sense on the fence about it, like, it being a bad thing. I'm on the fence about it being like, how is this going to work? Like, I want to see how are they going to make this work.
I feel like that's the curveball that we were expecting from Revenant Esports. And the one thing that I have to mention here is VLT, the exact same composition that they played Fracture the last time. Although VLT did win out that series, to some extent, it makes things a little readable, right? And when your enemy is rolling in with the curveball, the last thing that you want to be is readable.
Yeah.
That you're playing into their tricks.
True.
So what do VLT change here from the past to make sure that the future makes a big difference? Because right now, this W is the difference maker between them being in this upper bracket, or else they're going to be knocked down to the lower bracket, but then they have to take a duel against Reckoning in the lower bracket finals to get revenge. And you know how it is. Revenge is a dish best served cold. So why not do it in this fashion? Hey, I'm not saying VLT should bow out, but I'm saying Revenant Esports, they better buck up, because this is not the first taste of VLT that they're gonna have to endure if they want to take the championship here.
Yeah. Revenant have gotten away one player towards under the A's B side currently, and that's Knight Rider, who's actually trying to maybe set up a crossfire here by Logi baiting him in and making LF swing, but LF knows better than that. There goes the stim. They run into the side. The wall comes in. That's a really good wall to stop the rotations from coming in. And my god, the utility is perfect from the side of Revenant. They might go up here expecting one player, but Logi needs to be careful. They're still aware of the fact that there could be one towards Heaven. And Logi's gonna try and bait it in. He goes in for the big LF isn't connected. Jumps down to his head though. Will get the shot. And there goes Knight Rider to get the clutch onto him. And while Velocity are being split across various parts of the map right now, they're still finding kills. Right away gets one, a little bit of extra extension, but Knight Rider will take care of one, and with the third as well. The first pistol round, chaotic.
Bro, the amount of ring around the Rosie that was played around the side to then get Hellfighter's position, and the amount of time that Hellfighter was able to buy, it was crucial for VLT's chances to fight back. And they had the chance, right? They had the opportunity with ScarGod, not able to make anything happen from the main position.
Yeah.
So, with the way Revenant Esports just paced themselves, they were ready to take these fights as they come. And they were not interested to play that post-plan discipline whatsoever. A lot of utility committed towards Arcade, and this is what VLT wanted to try playing up close and personal. Might push them a little off edge, although Deathmaker not gonna reap his rewards whatsoever. A slight investment with him being on the ghost and
wait, what?
Ratsu? Wow. Not something you expect a Breach versus Breach battle to be, right?
Yeah, but Amaterasu had enough space to move around, so I'm not quite sure what happened to him there.
It happens though. It's not a significant round that they lost. It's not a significant position that they lost in that kind of a position. There was barely anything done. And MW1, the only player who could actually have been any lethal this round whatsoever, if he's able to bag a couple more bodies, that will certainly damage the economy that Revenant Esports might want to go for. He's not able to land the Headhunters though. So Revenant Esports, they keep 4 members up, and crucially Wimp, on the back of getting that orb and the plant on the back of another kill, he's now
secured the ultimate. Wow, that is so quick, especially for the Breach, because how often do you see a Breach have a Rolling Thunder in the 3rd round? Unless, you know, he goes on, I don't know, pistol killing spree of 4 members in the follow-up round as well. That ultimate requires quite a bit of ultimate orbs, so this is going to be a pretty good bonus round if they, you know, win on the back of it, and it looks like they will be using it towards the A side. They are split across and right to A's along with MW1. Want to try and signify some sort of pushes coming in. They're actually being supported by Deathmaker as well on the other side, and Deathmaker is going to find Logi, and Ember just about in time gets away from there. They've established control towards Arcade and Drop, but the other side of the map almost left empty, and there goes the ultimate, which will give them a free side, but will it get them the round is the question.
They committed the Rolling Thunder for safety, and they've pushed back VLT. Man disadvantage for sure, but this forward positioning from Knight Rider gives him kill, gives him position, and gives him a gun more crucially. He uses the barrier orb. Little does he know, everybody else is coming from Drop, and from the top, they will drop. ScarGod trying to provide Overwatch, and Ember gets himself the double. Wow. This was just delightful play from Revenant Esports. They convert the bonus and make it look effortless, despite the fact that VLT got that opening kill. The retake effort was just so funneled. They knew exactly where they were coming from after this aggressive play through defender spawn. They had no chance here, VLT. Revenant had everything accounted for.
Indeed. That pinch movement that came from Velocity actually gave Ember the enough information that he needed. That the fact that Velocity are trying to take control of both the arcade side as well as drop, which means that they will have a little bit of a thinner defense towards the main of A side, and that's exactly what they exploited. While that Rolling Thunder did give them, you know, the safe route into the side, it gave nothing more in value because the rest of what happened from Revenant was this pure aim game, and of course Skargod just hits it like, you know, it's an everyday job for him and does not even flinch. Revenant, B-side, taking control of pretty easy. It is an eco for Velocity, so maybe 1 or 2 frags if at all anything. But Revenant very firmly in the lead here and with economical advantage as well, OG.
The push, Knight Rider. A little scared considering VLT are on inferior weaponry. Why do you want to give them that fighting chance? Although Knight Rider not gonna bow out of a single fight. MW1, last time I remember, not able to translate into a single kill, a flawless victory. You know, I was afraid of the lead that Revenant had on Breeze due to the fact that they didn't get the chance to build much of an economy. Because in every single round they won, they lost a minimum of 3 players, which again, not the ideal way to play out the Stonks game, right? Here, round 4, they've built a bank that's sizable. They've been taking these rounds in more of a disciplined fashion to some extent. Ever since round 2, they've looked to be a little more stable for the majority of it. And if it continues going this way, VLT, they need some sort of a saving grace. Things will start to look bleak.
Yeah, and while we talk about a saving grace, it could be MW1's tour de force, but Loki, he's gonna be a little bit complacent about that peak. Well, his camera is not going to be helping him there. It is the first advantage the Velocity have gotten in 4 rounds. And that's actually put the side of Revenant to a stop. They kind of haven't made any movements. They're looking to go back and maybe retrieve him from his grave because the revive is available. There it comes. They go for it again. This time MW1 not going to be connecting his shot. And Velocity... I've let it come back. Oh, while I speak about it, Deathmaker's actually found Ember, and that's the smoker gone to the grave. And, well, Skargod finds Right to Waste in a really weird position over there. While the rotation has come in for almost instantly, Deathmaker's kind of pinched out over here. He does have the advantage of being alive, and there comes the support as well. Deathmaker stays the best job of just staying alive, and that's all he needed to do. And Wimp, while he gets the plant down, he's looking for the clutch. It's a 1v2 now. Not gonna work out in his favor. Deathmaker will put him to sleep, and that's gonna be 4-1. Finally, Velocity with a much needed round.
Perfect timing by MW1 on the rotation. That's what started the downfall. Although he did get severely outdueled by Logi. At that point, the trade game was just far too deep for Revenant to scavenge their way out of. Amaterasu as well. This early rotation that they committed on the back of the aggressive angle that was held by Deathmaker gave them the information, gave them the timing, gave them somewhat of the leverage to make sure that they can commit it in whole as the information is in real time. And again, this is Revenant taking it slow and steady. They've lost 1 round and they've called the timeout. They discuss things and they want to make sure that before VLT get any kind of momentum here on this defense, they're able to shut it down. Yet again, they're starting off on the half that they could be less favorable on, right? With the Sage and Cypher duo, you have the possibility of locking out choke points early on and then committing to other points of interest throughout the map. So it's a very interesting draft that I'm keen on seeing on the other side as well. The only question is how much can Revenant exploit? Is this going to be like a repeat of Breeze?
Well, let's find out, because Velocity right now need a lot more than just the 1 round that they've put up, and needs to start with MW1 making their operator sing practically as many rounds as he can on this defense, because on the attack, Velocity are going to have a whole different ball game to play with. That Sage wall is going to be a menace, and so are those Cypher tripwires. With a lot of defensive, possibilities that Revenant usually love playing with. It could turn on its feet. Deathmaker this time goes in. Great kill on the Skargod. Finds his counterpart and has set up Hellef almost successfully. But that smoke is going to make them realize the fact that somebody could be close by. But Knight Rider, you need to be careful. Oh boy, what a swing and a half from him. Deathmaker wants revenge, goes in with the showstopper, but to no avail. Does not commit any further, has support. Amaterasu's made his way here as well. And that's heavy commitment from the side of Velocity towards the B side. W1 securing on his own, and Deathmaker eating a lot of that damage to the
Oh goodness
boxes. Oh, that's gonna be perfect, yes! That's exactly what I was talking about. That Brimstone ultimate with that stun potential is gonna be really, really damning. And it's given Revenant a bit of breathing room, and there's White 2 Ace going down in his pit. The trade comes in, Amaterasu cannot do anything more. And it's only MW1 in a 1v3. OG, how have Velocity given up that lead?
It's an understandable loss to some extent, you know. Revenant Esports, they did a very smart maneuver here. After the first engagement, after they got the trade when Knight Rider swung wide towards Arcade, everybody else from Revenant just went on a halt. They're like, we got the trade, it's on the side of VLT to push to then get information. Fracture's a map like, to some extent, Icebox, where the defense needs to play aggressive to then base that rotation game out of. And that's something that you can either do with a lot of initiators or with a lot of aggression. And VLT chose the latter to some extent. Because you saw that even through B main, it was Ember who was just vibing. He didn't take a fight whatsoever. He was just waiting to play off information and aggression. Same on Arcade. That's the only place where they applied pressure, and there were 3 people to even deal with anything if situation started to go south. And but yet again, he's just vibing, dude.
He's just sitting there. That tripwire he knows is gonna be his. Oh, he's seen the barrel. He's seen the barrel. And Deathmaker's gonna be tempted to jump across it. That tripwire has been put for a reason there, so that even if he jumps, Ember's got him. But oh boy, Ember is vibing, gets a little too.
In the vibe?
Yep, too much in the vibe it seems, and he's lost himself in the wild. And there goes one more. That snakebite helps them out perfectly. Amaterasu chips in as well. And immediately Revenant have to be forced back.
But look at the position yet again. Revenant, if they're able to play this rotation and timing game perfectly, they will find the opening that they deserve to get this round back in their contention. Deathmaker, the only one close by to even retaliate, but the only problem is HP. Down at 60, no armor whatsoever to play with. Scargod, he has the showstopper and somewhat leverages the open nature of the map to play another aggressive off angle. The only problem is he's been discovered here, and VLT should be aware. He finds it another, and welcome to the party. He gets the triple. This is turned on its head, and VLT, it slips through their fingers, and hope looks bleak. So is the HP on Scargod. The only thing he has to deny is with the paint shells. The plant kind of favors him to some extent, although this play is somewhat anticipated. He anticipates the fake, right to ace, years of experience on his side, and he needs to be on his tippy toes. The rounds faded away. Velocity put to a grinding halt, and Revenant are gonna send Velocity to their reckoning.
What a round. Scargod, that one little creep in towards the A-Sand side. Gets in towards their spawn, finds that kill that was required, and completely dissects them like he's a microbiologist holding down a couple of
Frog?
cells. Whatever it is, this man has been surgical with that round. And that kill on Amaterasu was so well timed. They knew exactly what's happening. The rotation's coming through. The fault line comes in from his teammate. He makes the most of it. And then the showstopper as well. Helef just could not handle his movement. His shots did not connect in the air. And that showstopper did what it needed to. While right two ways could have done something out of that round, Scargod was pretty low. But that double kill that he got towards their spawn allowed that paint shield to come back online. And then Scargod did the rest just based on his movement of spotting whether the spike is being defused and listening to the sound cues as he does as a textbook professional Valorant player. A great round to come out of a 4v2 there, OG. They're just playing brilliantly right now, Revenant.
I feel like this was so much down to positioning and timing, which Revenant Esports are more than patient to get. You know, they don't mind losing weaponry, they don't mind losing manpower. It's a question of how much effort do you want to put to achieve a task. You can either do it with hard work or you can do it with smart work. Not saying that Revenant were smart to give away those kills and whatnot, but the fact that they were able to translate their position and timing into such a successful result is the fact that can't be taken away from their patience and their ability to make the right utility play at the right time, especially with Scargod. More than aim and throwing off his opponents, his utility did so much disruption and more than created space for there to be so much chaos, which Revenant Esports seem to thrive upon. And you know what they thrive upon? The first half.
Yeah, it clearly does seem like it. Deathmaker taking a lot of pressure, and look at Knight Rider, that wall gives
Battle
him so
Sage.
much space. Yeah, Battle Sage indeed. Scargod's got the side opened up, and with that, they're completely shut out. There's no way Velocity even can compete with this own side take where they are sitting in the first place. They're not challenging them towards the main side. This B side was completely just thrown aside. Now, while Deathmaker's been spotted out towards the side, he's got 3 players, 4 players maybe to worry about, and Right to Ace has taken out one of them at least. Being cautious about this Revenant. Right to Ace gets another MW1 with another Velocity getting back into this retake.
Around.
And they made this work. Wow, what a retake from Velocity.
Revenant was so afraid of taking those duels, and at the end of the day, if you don't hold position, if you don't hold the crossfire, there is no use of the position. You need to take the duels. That's what positions are for. And VLT, they did very smart, not only by way of utility, but MW1 denied any peek from tower. They might have lost Knight Rider, but then no contention from main. Usually you would expect that main aggression to go in tandem with the aggression through tower to make sure that the defense is caught to make sure that the offense in this case is caught napping, or at least distracted. But that was something that they were not able to capitalize upon, and VLT more than ready to take such gunfights.
Without it, blocking vision.
Gives them a lifeline into this first half. This, however, needs to continue. It's still 6-2, so there is possibilities for Revenant to just run away happy and dandy with a good result here in the first half, and Amaterasu a trade. Knight Rider, that's all he was hoping that comes through, because again, that revive has come in clutch and returning the numbers and putting VLT in the back foot. Deathmaker though, very heads up play with the positioning, and Hellfighter finds Knight Rider jiggling in between 2 fights.
Nope. Could be trouble for Wimp. He does have the spike on his hand as well, and Deathmaker still being an annoying menace under that A tunnel. This time, while Helef is just gonna be doubling up with him to cover up these angles. Scar got spotted out. There comes a double peek. No, it doesn't. Wimp doesn't peek out of him, but he will get the trade instead. And now it's on the Deathmaker. Plays it perfectly, but yet again, Wimp stands strong. Does have the Rolling Thunder to work with, and they might know of his position. Oh, there goes the blind MW1 completely set. But oh my god. He is gonna be taken out in the end. What's happening here? Right to Ace. Will he let him slip away? No, he won't.
God, that was scary. Right away when he looked the other way, I had second questions.
Oh yeah.
God. Came down to the final player, but Velocity hold on. 6-3, and they've successfully broken the momentum, but not the economy. That's only possible if they bag a round like this. And what a round for them to not only have the showstopper, but the Astral Wall and the Rolling Thunder. It can enable them to both play aggressively through the opening part of the round or play this retake. And MW1 looks to bring the heat towards Canteen.
This heat could spell defeat for the side of Revenant in this half. Oh, Logi, he's spotted and he's trying to give a little bit of a fake. Knight Rider, oh no! And finally, he hits a shot out of the book that he usually plays with.
Huh?
And look at where he's teleported. He's gone on top of the boxes here towards his spawn. He's going to be completely settled in by 2 places. Does not connect that one. But he does have Right to Waste to maybe try and settle this one. But even Right to Waste has got a tail to worry about. Logi will take care of one. And now Right to Waste in heaven, still not spotted out. Finally he will be, but he does not win that duel. The Spectre giving him troubles. But look at Skarkor. While he has got positioning, he himself is going to be back-ended. And that's going to be Amaterasu possibly securing the run for Velocity. 2 ultimates available. They can shut this down with both of them.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my god, Ember.
So
Oh boy. This is getting too much for my heart, man.
Oh god. This is VLT winning every single round by their last breath. It's certainly not the ideal position for VLT, but it's position where they can put themselves on the trajectory to a W. And that is them going towards winning ways. At least they're going towards it. They've managed to claw their way back to a position where this could even end a 6-6. And considering the amount of utility in terms of ultimates VLT now have, it's very, very viable that Revenant might have just given away that massive lead that they managed to occur in the opening segment of this first half.
Bomb buddy out.
A-main aggression has been their key aspect, has been a key aspect of Velocity Gaming. They've managed to put Deathmaker in such an upfront position that they get information on rotation and at least confirm that one aspect of this A-side attack is clean, which allows them to play a little more relaxed and maybe even a retake setup towards this A-side. Although MW1, his position has given him success so many times, and you'd be a madman to doubt him at this point.
Oh man, he gets that great shot from him. He's looking for more and he's trying to play around the cage of Loki. Loki, you need to take care of your corners. You never know who's going to be lurking up from where. And Knight Rider caught with his wall out almost. Gets away with just about an inch of his life. Will heal himself up, but RNT are being pressured here. Ultimates being popped up by them as they're trying to secure this round, but there's 4 available on the side of Velocity as well.
Oh, wow.
Playing for time, playing for information,
30 seconds
and
left.
playing to stall. That makes us also in a great position to stop this, because at this point RNT are going to be more worried about what's on their right side than what's on their left.
Playing in tandem though. A lot of utility to supplement this hold.
Enemy remaining.
That's left Knight Rider running for the hills, running for his life,
10
and
seconds
hoping
left.
that for VLT just another round will suffice. This Vandal is gonna be crucial. At least one saved weapon gives them a little more to work with in the round coming forth. Because let's face it, their bank is demolished.
Last round
There is
before the
no
switch.
feasible investment that they can make, you know. There needs to be a lot of compromise throughout the board. Boogie, half shields Vandal. I think he's gonna go to a Bulldog to just make sure that he has utility, which is gonna be key. You know, when you're playing the Cypher, you sacrifice your weaponry for the greater good, for the sake of the team. They're managing to at least scrape together 2 Vandals, although everybody except for Scarred God on half shields. His showstopper better put a stop to this show that VLT are putting for us.
They have won 4 rounds in a row. They're going to look for momentum here. Deathmaker detected by that. Does not give damage, but MW1 will. There comes the Rolling Thunder, and he's going to be far clean away from it. Deathmaker also finds Logi, and this half is looking likely to settle in towards that 6-6 scoreline. Deathmaker will go down. Ember finds him, and now from that drop position, he's going to try and keep them busy. But that wall has a gap,
Spike planted.
and they're going to be trying to exploit it as much as they can. Smoke goes down to cover it up, and Wimp needs to be careful about who walks in so that, but he might go into through himself. Right Rider! He gets the double, sitting in that title corner, and now Wimp is going to be able to play off of Ember.
Utility is key. They buy time. They force Amaterasu to make mistakes. As now the pressure certainly is going to be on his shoulders. Knows the position of Ember, and he's trying to bait that peek out. Wimp though, perfect time to swing with that Spectre. And the spectacle of a round for Revenant as they
Switching
break
sides.
their drought. They get that round. But that sizable lead that they accrued has now amassed to a 2-round buffer. VLT, they showed that they have endurance with their performance in Breeze. They showed that they have mental fortitude to fight against any odds. And right now, things look dead even. This is more than enough room for VLT to feel in their bloods and get into their mojo if they do not want to end their run here in this upper bracket.
Seven and 5, the pistol. Very much important for Velocity as they try to execute it towards the B side, and Revenant are actually being pretty aggressive towards the other side as Deathmaker and Right to Waste get away from there as soon as they can. The wall's gonna keep it busy, but look at the amount of control they've got and information. They should know that this should be coming in from the other side of the map now. Wimp trying to keep them a little humble with that aftershock, but not going to work out. Velocity have taken the side, as well as Heaven. Ember needs one, not going to get it. The flash comes in a little too late from Wimp. And my word, he gets destroyed as well.
Big. Kargod needs to find some success. Finds the ding and finds the confirmation. At least one frag. They know the presence to its tower is still there, and right away is quick to remove Knight Rider from the playing field. Deathmaker, he's gonna just try playing off position, and Revenant Esports being choked out by utility. Amaterasu eager to push that engagement, and they secure themselves this pistol. They secure themselves the chance to get to an equalizer. And now Revenant Esports on this defense duty. This is where we expect the double sentinel to absolutely hold the fort, right? Sure, the pistol round is a round where it's more about the decision making, because utility is not something that you have luxury of. You only start with 800 credits, so there's going to be compromises you make either way. It's only in the buy round where we're going to see the true face of either side, and I'm hoping that Revenant has their game face ready.
Launching smoke.
Well, let's find out. Deathmaker making moves towards the B main side with all of his teammates. As Velocity tread lightly, not wanting to give out any sort of information as Amaterasu tries to find himself a corner under the side to get into. He does have the spike though, and while there is MW1 towards that drop side, there is Kargod with a shorty. Best gun in the game, of course.
At this range, for sure, buddy. We'll juice you and send you up to heaven like Juice World. At this point, MW1 knows he's going to be toyed with. And at this point, you don't even take this fight, right? Why do you want to toy with this kind of an aggression when you rather play with information? Because he's the lurk player here. He's going to be coming in from the backline just like Skargod did a lot on that attack. Ember's position given away. And there's players creeping up through tower. A shooting squad eliminates him and he least expected it. And MW1, like I said, he wants to go for that lurk play. He wants to play off timing. And so does Kargod. Cheeky little angle with that shorty. They find the punish though. Not much that I feel like they can accrue from a round like this. Damage should be the name of the game, and Revenant Esports are going to be denied that firmly. Unless Deathmaker extends himself. Okay, never mind. Like, we curse every darn player in the most unorthodox time.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak at this point. It happened in the last round of the first half, and now it's happening here. Logi has given them damage, and he's looking for more. They don't even want to get out of this round alive, but they don't want to get their opponents alive either. Knight Rider wants to maybe pop out of the smoke, find somebody running away. He hears a couple of sound cues, and Amaterasu, while he might have found one, he's going to get away from the other. Velocity survive with 3. And RNT, here's where their defensive duties begin. The first buy round for them, and if they're able to secure themselves a win in this and solidify a strategy that works for them, where we see that Cypher and that Sage work to its best value, and couple that with the, prolonging smokes of that Brimstone, and of course that map control initiation by Wimp on that breach, should give them quite a bit of defensive utility to work with for ample amount of time. And Knight Rider uses the first one towards A main, seals it off.
Yeah, early wall. He's gonna go for that orb as well. VLT, they found the opening towards satellite. This is big. Now it puts a lot of responsibility onto Knight Rider to not go down and not risk much. Taking only chip damage, and he needs to find his back to safety. If he has his back turned the wrong time, it could be lethal. Although VLT turning their backs and now heading towards the satellite aggression. Deathmaker does get to deal with one. Wimp though decides to opt out of the fight. Ember's aggression.
Oh, the timing.
So well timed, and Amaterasu, I think, expects it to some degree. Close range, discovers his presence, the flash, the perfect play.
Oh no.
The perfect punish. And Revenant Esports now going to rely on individual brilliance like VLT did in map 1. Wimp gets in with the first. Fight start with utility, but that's something VLT try to fight back as well. The double peak doesn't work in fruition just yet because the trade's in sure. But Knight Rider from the backstab was the one who found the kill. Spike just around the corner, and the smokes picked them to this kind of a position which Deathmaker was anticipating from the get-go. And VLT, they win this by the skin of their teeth. One player alive. Not the win they were looking for, but the win they get nonetheless. And more crucially, the win they get. They've taken the lead away, and now should be in a driver's seat position. Although Revenant Esports, they have been synonymous for pulling off thrifties to some extent. And I'm not going to count anything off, although the loss of a chamber will kind of indirectly lead to that thrifty becoming a little more harder given you lack lethality.
Yeah, and you know, put something to notice here. This is the first time across probably the entire map when, you know, there's come a little bit of a damaging front apart from the first pistol on the first map that Velocity have actually taken a lead. This is the first time. That is quite a bit of, you know, round numbers to go through without Velocity taking the lead. And this is something that they're going to have to hold on to, keep multiplying, because right now while they can make it 9 and 7, they're going to have to be careful about how many players, you know, they're going to be able to, you know, keep alive in this round, because economy is going to be taking a hit. Last round only one player survived, so they're a little light on economy. Not too bad. They will have a buy, but they need to make sure that they don't lose all of their players, or, you know, lose like 3. Keep as many as alive, and that's the name of the game right now. While RNT are being aggressive, and they line up for Deathmaker.
You can see that one coming. The Sheriff could have connected, although Deathmaker will not be put for a stop. This is Revenant just trying to be a little more out of the box, you know? In a round where you have the inferior buy, you do try something unorthodox. BO3 though had their eye out for yet an MW1. That's one frag that he so desperately would want to forget to make sure that his head is in the game. And BO3, at this point, did they even try to play aggressive? Did they try to snatch that Vandal out of the hands of Wimp? Because Wimp already has his ultimate, right? It does make this. It does make sense for him to save this weapon. Knight Rider could afford to go and try finding a frag. Of course, if he dies, he'll be that much closer to that revive, which opens up opportunities and options for Revenant Esports. Yeah, I think he's going to kill himself.
Yeah, he most certainly is, because there's no weapon for him to pick up here. Nobody else from Velocity has gone to their grave. So 9 and 7 it is, and we are reaching a point where one round could possibly seal the deal of this game. It's either going to be an intense matchup going up again towards 13 and 11 if Kargod and Co win this, or Velocity could settle the game right here, right now if they win this round. If they put a dent yet again on the economical situation of the side of RNT, they're going to be finding round number 11 on the back of it and pretty much seal the deal for us to go to Haven. Let's see if it works out though. Yet again an aggressive push towards, this time, the drop for RNT, as they've smoked it off, and right away is along with Deathmaker, waiting for just a push to come in from the A-main. But over there, Skargod's actually pushed them away. And the smoke usage from the side of the defense is pretty great, but that exhausts them their options to maybe use it for a post plant if need be, because now it's all gone. The third one's been used towards A-main, and now they're going to have to try and play out on the wits of their other utility. But look at how dangerously close these players are towards MW1. He could possibly find 2 again. No, it's not going to happen.
They have the chance here, Revenant Esports, to maybe find succession, but Hellfighter, the fact that he's able to get the double on the swing is a miracle. Showstopper, not too much avail, buys a little bit of space to some extent. And I understood what Revenant Esports were doing in a round like this. In fact, Skargod disposed all his utility to buy real estate towards this A-main position. Velocity were very smart to just play around that. They didn't contest it completely. Wimp position firmly given away with him opening that door, and he closes it like a gentleman. Or at least the game forces you to be a gentleman as it closes as you leave. And Wimp, he's gonna leave this trail. He's gonna go back, save that Vandal. He's gonna hope that VLT on the back of hitting double digits maybe change up their game plan, because I'm seeing that Revenant Esports are trying to take control across different areas, but
Yep.
VLT are just maneuvering themselves so well around this control. They're essentially not fighting it. They're like, you know what? You want to use utility and take that control? Take it. I'll give it to you. When we're gonna fight back though, things aren't gonna be looking the same.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening with the smokes that I said earlier. Ember has put them down pretty early in the round, and while that does give them a couple of seconds to get through. After that, there's no cover unless you have Knight Rider's wall going up. But even then, they're being pretty, like you said, they're going aggressive for that control. They're trying to keep velocity away. But because of the fact that it's happening so early in the round, the amount of utility that they're, giving away in just about the first 10, 15, 20 seconds of the round is causing them to not have anything left when the fight actually comes to them.
And that aggression sometimes bites them in the back. Because it becomes, to some extent, readable when such kind of plays committed. So much utility dumped towards Star enables Deathmaker to play aggressive, but he is playing against a judge. The vulnerability enables Deathmaker to get that kill fast as well. Knight Rider almost had them lined up. Amaterasu, 16 HP, but he survives. Man advantage, though, nullified as Wimp takes the aggression through the backstab, and Scargod, the showstopper fell out in the nick of time. He ends up going down, and there's an opening now for VLT to strike. They know that this rotation means that Satellite is clear and more or less the rest of A side. So they're taking it slow, and they're allowing Revenant Esports to outread themselves. This is perfect. They play the time, they play the rotation, and they play the mind game to absolute brilliance. VLT looking very strong here with their reads, and they are hungry and desperate to force a map 3 decider.
30 seconds left.
Well, Haven looking at just about the cusp of our screens right now. Could be coming in about
Spike
5
planted.
minutes or so. Wimp does have a Vandal to work with, but he will have a tail behind him very soon. As Amaterasu slowly making his way there. LF spots him out, and that's Amaterasu's cue to move. Throws in the fourth line. No, doesn't even need to. LF will take care of him. Now it's Ember. Left alone. Spots one. Not going to be able to react in time. Velocity with 11. And slowly but surely, Haven looking much more possible right now. And Velocity all the more happier. Because they know that that last map in this map pool is one that they absolutely love to thrive in.
What do Revenant Esports do differently here? Is the answer to this a more passive approach? You'd assume with the double sentinel setup, they'd be comfortable taking it more of a slow-paced approach where setup is towards the site. You use your utility more of a conservative way, where then in the retake, it becomes so much more effective. It's something hard to find an answer to in real time, because VLT, they are criminal for changing up their pace at moments like this, when they're expecting Revenant Esports to walk in with a counterplay. They expected aggression to some extent, and they're focused towards this B side after leaving the Chamber Alumbot towards the A main aggression. So the aggression taken by Scargod is going to be discovered at any moment now, and will give VLT a little information to base their next minute, which is going to be very crucial. And they're not overextended here. VLT, they want to commit towards this B side. The backstab is going to be delayed. Ideal, and they find the opening.
Oh, there comes the Rolling Thunder though. Knight Rider been completely dazed off, and so is Ember, and Deathmaker will find both those kills, while Scargod comes from the backstab along with Logi to find one. Still a little bit of a long journey for them to go 2 versus 3. The neural theft gives them information, and with that information, Velocity know that both players are towards main. They knew only Scargod was there, but now their suspicion is confirmed. But Logi's already made his way on the other side of this site. And he can actually crawl in towards Heaven, but as soon as I say that, right away, so we'll take him down. And now Scargod, 1v3.
Gonna be taking his time, and so are VLT. They know right away is low, so they need to try and play this off each other. This is gonna be numbers that brings the advantage, and right away is in the ideal position to peak. But this kind of utility basically put Scargod out in the open, and yeah. Map point VLT.
Match point.
We are looking to go the full distance. At this point, Revenant, this has got to be one of the best rebuttals that they've had to deal with. Not a single round that they've been able to gain ever since the first half. VLT, it feels like they came in here with more than just a game plan. They came in here with anticipation, and they show why they are one of the best teams in Fracture. Revenant, this was their map pick. This was their chance. This is something that played into VLT's hand, however, and something that might cost them, as map 3 looks to be Haven and looks to be a heaven situation that VLT are putting themselves into. Amaterasu, a slow contact play, enables him to find a very nice pick off on a Scar God. This Rolling Thunder, and Deathmaker is not able to fall back. The double aggression doesn't pan out because Amaterasu is able to dodge the utility. Although Wimp, perfect position to capitalize. They trade it out, and they have that revive, which is so crucial if they're going to play a retake setup towards this A side. Although VLT, they're going to be slow, they're going to be steady, and they're going to be cautious as they want this to be the done deal.
Yeah, but they've got two very good ultimates at the moment. The Cosmic Divide as well as the Viper Spit. And as I mentioned it, there goes Cosmic Divide. And it's only Ember now on site. Needs to get the one. He will find the one. The Viper Spit go down. And there comes MW1. But it's going to be only left to right to Ace. He needs to be right to Clutch right now. And he finds the one. Got two more to worry about. Potentially three if a revive comes in. One of them is right beside him, but RNT playing this a little passive. They want him to take the plant so that they can go into this together, or for the revive to come in. Kargot's back online, and he's got a boombot to work with. Throws it in, a little bit of chip damage, and right to Ace. Playing this a little safely. That boombot, while it gives him information, he's still surviving. And they're playing to the perfectionist of this. Right to Ace still on his feet.
60 HP, and it's possible with that Viper Split because of the DK. Revenant, though, they navigate this with stealth, they navigate this with a little bit of calm, and it enabled them to get this round. That revive has come in clutch on so many occasions in the first half, and it's about time that it did on the second. 4 rounds in consecutive fashion is what Revenant Esports need to not only force overtime, but to potentially force this a 2. Although with the track record VLT have gained in that second half, even a madman would not dare utter these words. They have the economy here, VLT have the weaponry, have utility, and they have the chance. This is their moment to take it. Just like what Revenant Esports did on Breeze, they finally finished that job off. They can't let it get to that extent. They need to deal with Revenant Esports. And Ember, he finds an aggressive peak on the back of his aggression with Logi. They find that opening pick off cool, but what's VLT's response? Their mid game has been very, very decisive, and this swift take towards the B side ensures that they have side control. Utility, though, is going to be key for Revenant Esports and their ability to fight back.
Well, the trades are coming through on the side of RNT, and it's Nitro to keep them alive, but right to Ace is on his tail, and he expects this. It does not go in his favor. And right to Ace gonna be keeping things relevant. The grenade is gonna keep him at bay as he tries to rotate from the other part of the map.
They know.
Yeah, they know. They're gonna try and spam him down, and the cage.
remaining.
Oh, he's stabbed! Right to Ace! He's a second away from winning this, but Logi will keep it alive. The half defuse allows him to get it a little faster as well. 12 and 9. RNT. What a time to just wake up.
He has the $sign buddy, he gets the $sign clutch. This is absolutely vital. This clutch, right to Ace, was so close to it even in the round prior. And this has certainly got to be putting Revenant Esports' hope and ability to fight this on a knife's edge. Experience is usually what helps you in such circumstances. And undoubtedly, VLT have the upper end of it. But take nothing away, ladies and gentlemen. This is Revenant Esports' map pick. So if we're going to expect them to come clutch, This is where we have to do it. This is where every Revenant Esports fan needs to hope that they have a game plan, and you can see their coach being very vocal. A reset opportunity for either of this team. This is Revenant Esports to maybe in their attempt closing this out early. They might have given maybe the jig up, but again, you have to give it to VLT, right? They've shown why this is one of their more consistent maps. They've found a way to fight that Revenant Esports train. Dude, this is the upper bracket finals that we need and deserve. I'm so happy that this is how we end our day today.
That works. You want to play? Let's play.
Well, here we go. Revenant, your comebacks afoot. Knight Rider looking for one. That is a mistake. He just speaks out and he gets absolutely punished for it. Amaterasu puts him to sleep. There goes the Rolling Thunder to try and secure them the side, but it already is. There's nobody there to defend it. They're trying to keep it alive. A lot of ultimates going back and forth and bullets as well, as VLT still find themselves standing, all 5 of them alive, hale and healthy. Spike to go down. And Ember, he has an advantage, but he will be looking at the boom pod. Yeah, it looks like it is, OG. You might just be right. And Loki.
Trigger discipline. It could be big. He's wasting valuable time on the showstopper. He's buying information and position. He's now gonna be a very influential force. He's up the pressure, but that's something that VLT on the back of that double peak were ready to deal with. And they were ready to deal with the curveball that Revenant had to throw in this best of 3 matchup. And they prove yet again why they're one of the best our country has to offer. They trade maps in this best of 3 and we go the distance to find the answer of who's gonna be our first grand finals here in the Challenger series. And this winner that we're gonna get off a map 3, at least on the back of what we've seen so far, should wholly deserve it.
Yeah, it's been quite something, hasn't it? Honestly, it's been amazing the way Velocity have charged themselves back at this. While two rounds did go away in the end, and Logi looked like that trigger discipline could have, given him a little something, but all the players of Velocity were in far different corners. They were keeping themselves as safe as possible. Let's go to the highlights and see how the first half, while it looked like the side of, Revenant had everything in control when they were 6-1 up, but to come back from there has been an absolutely delightful sight to see from Velocity, honestly. When they have got themselves that second half settled down to when they were 12-7 up, didn't give away a single round in that second half, only in the end to find themselves a little bit slippery, but they found their grip back again and will throw us to a map number 3.
One thing that you have to give to VLT is they did something very similar to Revenant, but they kind of proved how it works, right? Both Scargod and Deathmaker playing the Raze used so much utility on their defense duty respectively to gain A main control. And both the teams were trying to play off the aggression. VLT were so much more fluid on their defense duty, especially when they tried to deal with the aggression later on when things weren't working. Bro, they redeemed this to a 7-5 half, and then on the second half they anticipated what the game plan is. It was very similar to what VLT were doing. They were trying to play off the time, but VLT, so many of these circumstances could have gone the other way. Revenant Esports had so many opportunities, so many 2v2s, so many 3v3s. And the experience, yet again, makes it count, right? In fact, I think that this is one of the few rounds where they were actually able to turn the tail. Something that they were able to do a couple of times on Breeze, but it didn't really look to be as compounding on Fracture. In fact, on Fracture, it seems like after their initial spree of rounds were put to a stop, their hope became just that, right? Fractured. They look like a shell of themselves.
Yeah, I did. You're completely right over there. Velocity Gaming, quite a performance to come back from where they were. And to be honest, this map of Fracture, while I did have my suspicions about Velocity being able to fight the momentum of Revenant, I think that Revenant on their defense became a little too aggressive for their own good. There were multiple amounts of times where we saw the utility usage came in way too early for a team like Velocity, which usually depends on the time to work for itself. So while I know that Velocity have their, their gameplay, and I'm pretty sure quite a few of them do, Revenant kind of tried to do something different, take control, maybe be aggressive on their feet. But the problem with that was Velocity were either, flanking it on the other side. Their aggression was not really giving them as much, fruition as they would have expected it to. And that's kind of why Revenant just fell apart and fell hard. And in the second half, that's kind of what just happened. Those smokes went in too early, and when they needed utility at the most, it quite didn't come through and help them out.
Yeah, talk about a fall from grace. Revenant Esports, it looked pretty bleak for them, especially on that second half where we anticipated them to be the more favored side to take the W. Yeah, things didn't go their way. Things really did not help them. And in terms of map 2, sure, VLT took the W here, but it looked like, even based off what the scoreline said, VLT were more in their blood and more calm to make those tougher decisions. In overarching sense of this, I feel like the tale of fracture has been either side doing the same thing, but VLT able to adapt even better, and that allowed them to fight their own game plan. It felt like they were a step ahead through every step in this map 2, which leads us to a very, very interesting match 3. Deathmaker and Knight Rider leading the charts, which I don't think any of us doubted, right? These are the two players that we expect to deliver. And Scargod occasionally chiming in with that one very Hail Mary round on their offense. Yeah, on the defense, really things simply didn't pan out. And on the map like Haven, you really, really need to be in depth with your approach and your game plan, which is something we saw Revenant Esports do in their upper bracket matchup against Reckoning Esports. The only question is, are they going to be able to do it against what looks like the Goliath of the Indian scene? We're going to have to see, ladies and gentlemen, as you might feel the velocity or cheer for Revenant, we have to take this small break, and so did they. Huge shout out to our sponsors, LG Ultragear Crucial, coming in with the best peripherals for you to be your best. Scan the QR code down below, grab your own can of Red Bull, and grab your own small break, because we're going to be deciding who's going to be the grand finalist, our first grand finalist here at the Challenger Series in just another hour.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The last map, the last chance for either side to claim their rightful spot in that grand finals, because both teams have fought valiantly and neither chooses to bow out of this fight. The deciding ground of this best of three is gonna be over at Haven. The last time we saw VLT bow out of an Haven defeat is against GE, and they got bested 13-8. But this is a turn of tails. VLT, their form resilient at the closing end of the last map. Fracture was something out of this world on the second half. They read Revenant Esports' aggression on their defense like a. And on Haven, it's all about making that aggression work. It's a map that requires you to be heads up, not only on your aggression, but also on the way you approach that defense, how decisive you can be. And that's something we've seen from either side. Revenant on their last display here against Reckoning, it was a sight to behold. They had so many setups, they had so much of unexpected curveballs that I feel like VLT, they should account for it, but at the same time, it's a curveball for a reason, right? It's meant to throw you off guard. Let's see if they're able to keep it on the rails and off the road.
Yeah, I think that the side of Velocity have gotten a great win at Fracture, but I would believe that their momentum, while it is pretty good, I don't think that's what's going to be affecting this. I think Velocity having the confidence that they usually do on Haven is what's going to get them past. It's one of their home maps. It's the map that they usually love to play in terms of how they've got those lurking potential come through. But I'm going to be still considering the fact that MW1 has made a pretty decent impact in this matchup so far in the first two maps. And while he is probably going to be donning that chamber yet again, or are they going to be switching up something else, maybe go for a double duelist? I'm not quite sure on the map of Haven, which is possible, but only very few teams can actually execute it to the best of its abilities. We shall see how it does go all through. While the Revenant, I'm just waiting to see how their lineup is going to be. Are they going to be going for, again, a no duelist comp, if at all, anything at all? Let the chamber do the work of the operator, and the rest, do the rifling jobs? Or are they going to have a duelist in the form of a jet? Let's see, because right now I'm excited to see how this is going to end, and whether or not we're going to see Velocity make a comeback and make themselves available on that grand final spot, or is it going to be Revenant, the underdogs here, looking to make themselves solidified top two, or the champions, if possible, of the Esports Club Challenger Series?
Yeah, that's a little far-fetched. Let's head towards who could be in our finalist spot, right? Because there's still a plot twist where there could be a revenge arc in the grand finals to settle who takes that trophy home. Let's talk Haven, though. A map like Haven, a team like VLT, in fact, have a 90% win rate. This is their best map out of the entire map pool. We see them often go for that killjoy on this map where Hellfighter is the one who plays that sentinel. So usually you see the operator role delegated to Deathmaker on his jet. Although with the recent change, I'm pretty sure that Deathmaker can't go as outright outrageous. He needs to be more calculated in his approach. And against the Revenant Esports, who are key with their utility, that we'll now get to see on the back of the agent select, it's going to be the difference maker between life and death. Again, Deathmaker going in for that jet, everything was set up for him to take that agent. MW1 being the difference maker. And this is where that roster change that just happened plays a small picture, right? They're usually comfortable with a killjoy on a map like Haven, and they've swapped it around for an agent like Chamber. Now, Chamber on a map like Haven is sought after for multiple reasons. It's a map on the defense where you can make that double operator setup work. You can take long distance fights. The impact on rotations, especially due to that alarm bot, is influential. You can set up garage, you can set up towards C, you can play off the information, and you can play more rotation based, and you can play more calculated. So that's something that VLT certainly have going for them, and that's something that I hope works. This is something that it's hard for them to expect, right? And right to ace is gonna be on the Omen. Meanwhile, it's Hellfighter on the Silver. Talk about a curveball now. This is
Choose
one
your
that
agent.
I don't think even Revenant could see coming.
Yep, but while we talk about it, look at that. Again, a no duelist comp, it could be in place. Knight Rider.
Yeah.
Nah, no, he goes for the jet. I heard that switch. Yeah, he's going to be going for the jet, and so does Deathmaker. Interestingly different compositions here. There is a double initiator on both sides, but we have 4 different initiators on the map right now. We've got the Breach, Sova, KO, as well as this guy. The only one missing is the one that's not allowed to be played yet.
That's gonna break the game, dude. I'm interested to see how these professionals deal with not only setting that up but also denying that setup, right? That's going to be the more interesting out of the bunch. Regardless, small difference that we also will get to witness is one in the controller department, because VLT have opted in for the Omen, which on the back of Shrouded Steps, on the back of the Paranoia, could set up not only for individual play but team play. But when you talk about team play, bro, we got Astra on the side of Revenant, who, if you do remember, the matchup against Reckoning was one of the biggest influencing decisions on why they won. The amount of crowd control that you see out of the setup that Ember has in place is just so well put together, with the retake utility and the setup that Revenant Esports go for on a map like this. It's gonna be a very, very interesting matchup. It's gonna be a contrasting ideology to decide who takes that finalist spot here in map 3. Both teams backs against the walls, but VLT, this is a position that they're used to thrive in, and they've won big tournaments and big games on the back of such a comeback. This is no stranger for them. Although Revenant Esports, they are looking to take a fast setup towards mid, where Deathmaker tries to exploit it towards Garage, needs to then enable the Tailwind to then retreat. Has utility though, and backup from right away. His close range the Ghost doesn't really favor them as much, although Deathmaker and MW1 able to trade it off to their advantage. VLT looking to make this play work towards this B side, but Hellfighter could not afford to lose that fight. He couldn't. It gives away the opportunity for them to choke, and that man advantage evaporates in a thin air. Deathmaker, he has to force the fight, not the advantage to choose. And Amaterasu, weaponry good for that range, but he is outdueled and outgunned on the back of that crossfire. Revenant Esports, a quick switcheroo as they try to take Garage and then they go towards B. They were so fortunate that Hellfighter gave that fight to him in a silver platter. Otherwise, a passive approach could have helped VLT, but that's only in hindsight.
Yeah, that could have gone in two different ways for the side of Revenant, but they do stabilize. I like that approach where they go towards Garage and try to, maybe sell a fake towards C and then immediately rotate back towards B. And that causes Velocity to try and get a little aggressive as MW1 pushes up and he gets punished instantly. LF this time towards A long does get a little bit of information, but Revenant don't care much about this, that they're being revealed. MW1 though has a good positioning, and maybe if somebody walks into his crosshair, will be able to get one kill. As Knight Rider with the Vandal that he's bought is looking for success towards the A main side. And Revenant's still a little cautious about this A side. They know that it could be a little damning, and as soon as I say damning, there goes down to 50 HP Knight Rider.
Yeah, and they've turned tail though. They've not relinquished control of mid, which has given them this mid-round opportunity to yet again exploit Garage. But there's very little utility to hold them at bay. In fact, none whatsoever. It's a long-distance fight that's going to be forced out of MW1, who's trying to land a couple of nutty shots on this Headhunter, who needs to then go big. The commitment towards the side. Deathmaker is going to be trying to draw the aggro, does a decent bit of damage, and finds himself a kill. The backlines as in all fallen apart. VLT, they had inferior weaponry here. It happens. They got 2 kills. They did a decent bit of damage. That's all that they were hoping for. They're going to be on the investment now, and this is going to be VLT's opportunity to take the fight to Revenant Esports on equal pegging.
Indeed. The first buy round going to be settling in this first half of Velocity, which I'm still a little bit on the skeptical side of seeing right to Ace and Helif switch around their positions. And honestly, while I do, expect both of those players to be just as about versatile, right now, this kind of a switcheroo at the point where you potentially could be grand finalists can be a one-step mistake, if at all it does turn out to be. But if they do go ahead and win this one, Velocity have done a great job. As of the moment, they've let Revenant go through this planet. Look at that 4-man push. Oh my word, Revenant right to us. We'll get 2 back, but Amaterasu, he finds 2 himself as well. Loki's taken out 1 as he holds on to his spawn for the longest time possible. But MW1 will shut him out. That 4-man push towards ceiling, my word, that almost scared the living hell out of me.
And VLT played so brilliantly that they just played off each other. They let each other draw the aggro. They played that so perfectly in terms of when they opted to take that gunfight. Right away, sure, he could have gotten more than 2 there, but he did enough, right? Everybody was looking at his direction. And that's why Amaterasu chooses to strike. It all goes in tandem. And Revenant Esports kind of understood why they need to do that, because you can't play so comfortably off the post plan when you're this passive on the beat side. There's a lot of possibilities for you to just be locked out at the side and utility doing a lot of the heavy talking. So Revenant Esports needed to make a hard call, and their hearts struck by fortune, because it doesn't favor them. But now though, VLT, they've gained that 1 round. It's fine. Revenant Esports, they have the weaponry to fight back. It was more or less their bonus that they were playing on the back of. The only question is, VLT, we've seen them make so much work out of such less room that you can't afford to be any bit complacent.
RNT making their way towards A as they try to get information.
Deploying drone.
Deathmaker's not been spotted up by that flash, so they don't know. His position could find them a little bit off guarded. LF, not sure whether there's a person towards his right. Is going to be playing it a little safe as Velocity are not keen on rotating just yet.
Scanning ahead.
Oh,
It almost ends up panning out. The recon is very on point and gives Deathmaker the ability to fight back, but he's cornered out, and he should have been a justice piece under the rug. Why?
Down A.
Why aren't Revenant
Last
clearing the
player
most
standing.
obvious position and where they got the confirmation of the player?
30 seconds
That is
left.
questionable at the very best. And that's costed Revenant a crucial round. Now VLT, they translate this buy into a victory. They translate Revenant's buy into absolutely nothing.
Escape my nightmare.
Both Amaterasu and Deathmaker synced with their ultimates. And Amaterasu being the more key aspect of it, right? Amaterasu's ultimate denies so much utility usage in that post plan that it essentially forces Revenant to yet again take aim duels, which is something VLT have been consistently winning out just on the back of basics and crossfire.
indeed. That should have been the Revenant round pretty easy, but you know that exchange of jet dashes and Deathmaker being completely, let alone to run riot towards that A-shot position when he's sitting in that cubby causes so much damage. While there are ultimates available on both sides, look at what Knight Rider has already picked up.
aggression.
Oh boy, Knight Rider!
Yeah.
Knight Rider! How is he allowed to get in so far?
I've
Why
got
is
your
nobody
trail.
watching short? And while that aggression I do understand makes sense, but there was no defensive utility taking care of that shot, and Velocity might have made a small misstep. And now,
One enemy remaining.
because of that one little hole that was given to the side of Revenant towards a shot,
I win again.
Velocity might lose a round, and there it is. A Thrifty comes through. And Knight Rider, much of a hero right now. The damage that he did was more than enough to get Revenant to their 3rd round.
I kind of feel like they still had the opportunity to fight back because they were setting up for that retake, right? Realistically, you could see them trade out the numbers and then try to pull off somewhat of a Hail Mary play because they had a lot of ultimates at their disposal. And that gives them a little bit of leverage when it comes to taking fights. They only opted a different route into that kind of a setting. And these are decisions that you need to make by the milliseconds. Commitment, do I not commit? Even if you do commit, you need to be absolute in how you're going to approach it. You can't be like, yeah, I'm going to commit, but oh no, it's getting too much, I'm going to fall back. That essentially means that you're not going to get anything out of the decision you made. You're not going to get safety, you're not going to get results. So, VLT, they were a little indecisive towards reacting to what Revenant Esports had to do, which, in all honesty, it's what we expect from either side, right? We expect either side to pull off such plays, to pull off such trump cards, bamboozles, if you may, because this has been somewhat of a bamboozle series throughout the past month. And this is more about who can adapt and improvise. That's the tale of Breeze, where VLT improvised and adapted in that second half, but they weren't able to push it to the finish line. And that's something that they managed to more than make up for when they performed their duty with brilliance on that second half. When Fracture was in question, VLT did not look anything like a question mark. In fact, it was more straight, more like an exclamation mark. And they made their point loud and clear that they're here to play, and Revenant deeper into their strat book, they need a destroy.
Oh, Revenant, understanding the fact that Velocity are being a little peaky towards the B side of things. Maker, they're not sure where he is yet, but they are spamming in towards Garage to try and get a little bit of pressure onto Matarasu as he is being menaced to them. They do have the Rolling Thunder available on them though, so that's a great ultimate to have. Plus, they've got the Killjoy and the Cosmic Divider, but as soon as I say that, Deathmaker completely denies Nitride of any sort of value. And this B-side push is denied immediately as they go in towards C, where MW1 is waiting for them. And Ember just falls prey to Hellef's ultimate. Just as effective as right away as he makes that Sova sing. And now Deathmaker looking for the final two. Gets one more, and his aim is just as on top as anything else. A flawless victory. And a much needed one for Velocity too. Immediately they hit back, and quite expectantly, there is a timeout from the side of Revenant.
Ooh, finally they get a breather. VLT, on the back of not only the Blade Storm but also the Today Force. Now, it's pure ultimates that won them around like this, which is why in a game like Valorant, you feel like it's so much more of an exhausting tactical shooter, right? Every round counts, because there is a possibility behind every stone that you leave unturned. And that's exactly what happened. Not only was that Today Force so influential in getting that kill and denying any trade because of the slow AoE around it, but also that Hunter's Fury acting on the back of not only the slow attention to detail here that allows them to get a significant upper edge. They don't even need to commit a peek to then get the advantage twofold. It's utility that does so much of the heavy talking. And that's something that Revenant Esports always had as a trump card. Now, having that used against them, sure, might make you feel a little dirty. But this is a position where Revenant Esports do not have economy. They're gonna make sure that Knight Rider uses blades. Now, Matarasu on the KO is well equipped to deal with a player like this. If you're me, I think that if you're Velocity Gaming, you don't risk this, my friend. You play passive, play retake, you have the superior guns, you save your utility. But that's something that Revenant Esports maybe account for as well, because they have that lockdown, they have the Rolling Thunder. It's possible for them to buy valuable time.
Indeed. Well, let's get into this. On numbers 10, no, forgive me, down number 7 on the board. Oh, that's brilliant. Knight Rider gets the first pick, and with that aggression, Revenant are going to be in prime position to look at a immediate comeback with a 50 yet again, and Loki absolutely destroys his competition, and so does Knight Rider with a second. Velocity seem to be falling yet again to a couple of pistols and a knife, which constantly keeps piercing the head of them, of their teammates. Knight Rider finally put to sleep, and Helef's looking for more. He gets another. Now they've got a strike to go on to the third. As Loki, he's trying to keep his team alive. Ember's coming on the backstab, but the spike is gonna chip. Right, Helef, it's gonna be Ember to come in from the backstab and find the kill that was required. A Thrifty that comes through even though all the players have fallen.
Goodness Christ, that's so close to the wire, and the fact that Revenant Esports were even able to pull that off, it's in and of itself very massive. Wow, they find the rebuttal, they find a chance to return back in kind. Where on the back of ultimates and inferior weaponry VLT were able to convert, well, so are Revenant.
Scanning ahead.
They're making sure that they're equally as viable. And Revenant Esports, are they gonna pay for it? Deathmaker was more than ready. With that setup, he knew that Knight Rider was going for an aggressive play like he did in round 3. He looked and he knew what exactly the setup was. For heads up play, VLT adapting to what Revenant Esports have been throwing their way. But it's still a 4 versus 5, and we've seen these situations turn on its head. Flash, peek, Amaterasu. He re-engages and he's taken down to some extent. Ember, he finds himself the double.
Oh boy.
He's been the man who makes somewhat of a difference, but he needed to maybe live there. That would have given them more opportunity. Scar God, he disposes off the rolling thunder and Deathmaker finds Wimp in transition. He used utility here, and this round is going to be so crucial. VLT, they opt to play numbers, they opt to play teamwork. It's right to Ace and Hellfighter playing this one in tandem, and Skargod is trying to play the slow game. He wants to
30
force
seconds
VLT
left.
to make the first move and thereby maybe force an error. VLT, they anticipate the rotation too long. He finds the first, but he's not able to readjust for right to Ace. Whew.
He
The
would've
right play to
expected.
make. They played that on the back of a 1 versus 2 and they did not give that frag single file. That was beautiful.
Yeah, right. There was no way Skargod was going to expect a second player to come out of there unless, you know, it was maybe another 2 seconds away. Great play by, like you said, both Right to Ace and Hell have stuck together. Like the brethren that they are. And made sure that the trade comes through even if one loses their life. And we're constantly going back and forth here, OG. It's been 2 and 2, 3 and 3, 4 and 4. Not really something that we can usually see on Haven because splitting the difference between teams like these when they've changed up their roles is something that we don't see that often. But Right to Ace this time looking to get the lead for his team. Finds a blinded Knight Rider. Logi, he's waiting. And somebody gives him a head to shoot at towards Garage, but MW1 instead finds his own. 3 versus 5, the B side being taken control of. The spike can go down, but as I say it, there comes the flank from the window. And MW1's going to be making sure
Spike
that
down
Wimp doesn't
A.
run away anywhere. Ember, last man standing. No way he gets away from here. Velocity back with the lead in their hands.
What do we have on Revenant now? Of course, the last round was just a half investment. This is when Revenant Esports have a chance to contest. And they have a lot to contest with. They have the Astral Wall on Ember. They have the Lockdown on Logi. They have the Seekers on Wimp. These are things that they can use throughout the round. You can start off with the Seekers, you can set up with the wall, and then you can deny time with the lockdown. Revenant Esports need to have a game plan because this is the dying segment of the first half and it's all crucial. Hellfighter blind, left all his own, and then put to display beautiful
Spike down
from
A.
Amaterasu. Doesn't give away too much, finds the trade, and that keeps things even to some extent. Although 3 ultimates, big ultimates, still up on the side of Revenant, it's more than viable for them to fight back.
Yep. And because there's no LF in this round, they can't even take out that. They do choose to put it down. And it's kind of why Velocity are playing passive. You can see it. Don't really have a problem with Revenant taking this. They can play on the back end. Revenant slowing things down. Maybe trying to sell a fake that they could be going towards C. But Deathmaker's got C completely shut down thanks to his operator that he's holding down. And with that knife, Matarasu's confirmed that this is probably going to be an A hit. No rotation coming in yet though from either MW1 or Deathmaker. But here goes the flash. There come the Seekers, forgive me, not the flashes. That Jet dashes in.
30 seconds
God
left.
controller side. They don't really need the Killjoy ultimate for now, but they will drop it anyway.
There's nothing to deny. Time is being bought, position being gained, and they're forcing
planted.
VLT to give up whatever they were set up for the retake. Now they're Knight Rider just disconnected. Oh, crap. Not on a round like this. This is big. The man advantage now nullified. Revenant Esports, this is when desperation starts to seep in, close through the wall, and he's able to play because the paranoia does give you vision close range, and Deathmaker falls down to his dismay. Oh god, Revenant Esports. I mentioned the fact that this round's going to be heavily reliant on the utility usage, and they do exactly that. What a position for Wim to hold. Usually you see players, knife close to the wall to clear this kind of a play, but I don't think that's something that VLT had a lot of time to do. They needed to make a play there. They needed to force an offensive. They bought so much time, Revenant Esports, with the utility, with the wall, they bought position, and again, time crucially with that lockdown. They fought so hard to get to this equalizer. And sure, it's given them a round, but it's not given VLT any hard times just yet. It's given them a strong economy the past few rounds. Their portfolio seems strong, and so does their ability to fight back now. They don't need to concede much. This is going to be VLT's chance to just finish off what they started, right? This was the similar situation in Fracture. We ended this as 7-5, but as soon as that side swap, VLT looked to be a different beast. This is where Revenant need to be firm in control. We're at the dying end this upper bracket journey for both these teams, and for one it's going to be leading ways to fruit and reward, and the other it's going to be taken down the test of the lower bracket, where if Revenant Esports bow out, we're going to have a nice rematch between Revenant and Reckoning. Otherwise, VLT should go down to that lower bracket, and then we might have a grand rematch if VLT is able to take that match against Reckoning in the lower bracket to have an amazing grand finals. So more reason for you to hit that subscribe and the bell down below.
Indeed. Well, we are getting Knight Rider to get back onto the server as soon as possible. The last round was kind of well handled by Ember. He's sitting in that corner, finds two, and then we've got both of the players who are remaining alive to keep themselves relevant. The Killjoy as well. Logi. And now it is again the same scoreline that we've been seeing time and time again. No difference. That's the name of the scoreline right now. Both of these teams have been going blow for blow so far.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's been like that since round number 3, I believe. 2-2, 3-3, 4-4, and now 5-5. It could potentially end up 6-6. I think this might end up being another, double-digit scoreline across the board, because while we did see the side of Velocity come up to be quite a number on the second half of Fracture, I would say that on this map, thanks to the advantage that the Killjoy provides at times, along with the breach that you can couple in, the defensive qualities that the side of Revenant currently have is really good, and I think that they should have a good chance in their second half to try and settle this, with pretty much what Velocity did on Fracture. But hey, at this point, I'm not gonna try and assume things. While I do see that there's defensive potential for the side of Revenant, I'm still hopeful that this is all about entertainment that we're seeing right now. And yeah, Amaterasu is just having a fun time around the B side, it seems.
Hey, you know how CSGO boys roll. Bunny hop is the way to go. He's just chilling. He's just vibing. And at this point, Revenant Esports, they're in a position where they have a chance to reset, but this is not the ideal position that they wanted in Haven. I feel like in a lot of these situations, it could have gone the other way, but VLT, they've been able to read out these aggressive peaks. They've been able to root out this aggressive post-plan nature that Revenant has, which has come to cost them on so many occasions in this first half. Flashbacks to the round where they committed to the B side, that being their bonus, and they wanted to force the fight close through garage entrance. This was a move that VLT kind of expected, considering their positioning. They were able to trade off each other's, trade that aggro, and throughout this entire matchup, we've not been able to really put a hold on Deathmaker. He's not been a player that's as punished. He's always found a small gap to make impacts, and that's costing Revenant this early man advantage on a consistent basis. This could be a tale that changes, however, on the defense, right? On the attack, you're the one who chooses to take that fight, so there's a good chance that you're entering into it 50-50. When you're on the defense, you can opt not to take that fight. You can play for the retake and play for a day later to come, which enables you to not only play with numbers, but utility on that retake, which is something that trademarked for.
Indeed. Well, there is a slight issue with the game itself for Scargod. Forgive me, for Knight Rider, it seems. He will be coming back pretty soon, but I do have, a couple of things that I, want to talk about composition. While we do see MW1 on the chamber, because, he's kind of the forefront man, he's had his up and down across 2 games that he's played so far. How do you think, going further, that we don't have Vibor right now on Velocity, how do you think they should be, coming around their lineups and, roster in terms of what they should be playing? Because both Deathmaker and MW1 have the ability to be the Jet, and MW1 has the versatility of being the secondary duelist. And while he is filling in the role of Vibor right now, how do you think Velocity, would move ahead with their roles?
I think even like in the case of this map, right, they were more willing to swap around right to ace and Hellfighter's role, where Hellfighter is now in the Sova and right to ace is on the Omen. So they kind of do display the fact that they are a versatile team. They can swap things around and still go to winning ways. I feel like with the loss of Vibor, you lose one of your rooks, you lose one of your back pillars that sets your team up to some extent, which changes the dynamic. And in terms of VLT, I feel like they deserve a change in their dynamic, right? It's something that might open up a new opportunity for them. It's something that might change the way they approach the game, which then later shows a new face of VLT, right? A team that's been at the top of South Asian esports, you don't really stay at the top unless you adapt. You don't really stay at the top unless you improvise. Because when you're at the top, everybody is going to be reading you. You're the case study there. And if you continue to be the same, you're going to be easily outdone. So this is a move that might end up paying more rewards for them in the long term if they're able to make this move stick. MW1, he's a player who has a lot of prowess like you mentioned, but versatility is going to be key. They have a lot of versatile players. They have Hellfighter as well. I feel like Hellfighter and Vibor have been the tail of VLT throughout its journey, right? It feels like these two players have kind of laid that base flavor for what we're getting to feel today. It's something that's been constant in an ever-changing environment.
Yep. Velocity kind of having to move with the wind right now. They've got quite a bit of, competition rising up as well. That's just like the one they're facing right now. Revenant and M42 as well. Just came up just short against Reckoning in the lower brackets.
Yeah.
Reckoning, we're doing a pretty good job right now, waiting for the loser of this match to meet them in the lower bracket decider final. And yeah, I would say that, honestly, Velocity, however it is that they're planning to go through, if there's a sixth man joining their team, or, whatever direction it is they want to drive the team towards, if MW1 is, picking up different roles, see if it works out for them in the good. Because honestly, I think that, while we have a lot of regions in, the Valorant community where, they've already picked up the part of Yoru, which is done by, Paper Rex, which we've seen, or it could be the Neon, which we've seen from the side of Optic Gaming.
Yeah.
It's all to speculate, and I would say that eventually the time will come for it. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a time for a short little break. Unfortunately, Knight Rider is not able to get back, and we're trying to get this all fixed. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the TEC Challenger Series.
the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. The legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.
We are back, ladies and
Behind me.
gentlemen. But sadly, Knight Rider isn't, and that's gonna be the case till he maybe finds good times and reconnects. We have decided, both the sides have decided to continue this a 4v5, and deeper into the rabbit's nest we go. Revenant playing off a handicap. They've lost Knight Rider, their jet, their entry, and this forces them to improvise. Amaterasu just concedes control of that B set. There's no use of contesting, especially when you have an inherent advantage. So they're taking this passive and they're saving their utility for the then utility down.
Spike planted.
Oh, he gets it to the smoke. And
the
look
back
at
side.
LF.
They're in a position though, and that's half the tail. Now it's possible for them to have a more cohesive attack. Amaterasu, he's gonna be taken down by Cody momentarily. It's possible for them to get him back on his feet, and Emperor, he's going above and beyond the triple, and he's now found the advantage. Hellfighter, good to fight back. He gets two of his own as A-Link went completely unnoticed, but it is, however, utility that's gonna win them this round. Another swarm grenade. Logi is trying to buy them as much time as humanly possible. The spam, Hellfighter needs to force the fight, the half stick, and Logi's not able to find the connections. He's shooting it between the knees.
Last player standing.
They find the retake, they find stability, and they find the round. 6-5.
Last round
Revenant,
in the half.
Despite
Embers and their fullest effort, they're still not able to convert a post-plant victory.
Yeah, that Ember really put his heart out into that, and Logi unfortunately spamming just a little bit to the right and between thin lines there, where Velocity exploited that defuse in the smoke, and with that they are gonna be 6 and 5 up, looking to be 7 and 5 because RNT are right now on an eco of sorts. They've got two players on Sheriffs and 2 players on Vandals, and one of them not even there in the game. They're trying to get information towards Garage at the moment. Right away is going to stop them in the tracks with that flash, but Ka got a little too aggressive. Ember will trade him out across the smoke, but Deathmaker's holding down that angle for any sort of pushes. Helef to get information, spots out both of them, and he knows where to get them. A little too much pressure on him. He will go down. That's Logi to exploit now. A Vandal as well for him to play with. And the A side empty as well. And if he's able to get that spike, which is actually a little far away because his teammates already died, he could have maybe won this round, but it's a 1v3 now. And Logi is being awaited by Deathmaker. Just
This
about a
angle.
couple.
One enemy remaining.
Wrist break and flex. He's ghosting. And they should get this final frag.
30 seconds left.
Wait. Okay. He was just vibing, I guess. Deathmaker. Getting closer and closer to leading the charts in the MVP.
Switching
As
sides.
we expect him to. They've called the timeout here, Revenant Esports. Maybe they just want to try not only talking out what they can do, but also buying a little more time for their savior, that being Knight Rider. On the defense especially, this jet's going to be important, right? Because there's so much utility around this jet to facilitate such an aggressive play. And when you lose the most important aspect of it, the aggressive player, that's where it falls apart.
Yep, that is true. Because that jet is going to be really, important in this round, in this entire second half as well. Because Knight Rider is going to be able to give in so much value with those operator peaks. Nobody is going to be able to do those operator peaks like him now. And that's going to give Velocity advantage in terms of confidence as they will move into positions where they will freely exploit. They will not be afraid of peeking an angle anymore, thinking that there's an operator on the other side. Because there's no Knight Rider. And even if somebody does operate, get the operator on their hands, they're not going to be able to run away as fast as they can. They don't have a dash as such to get away from the angle. They can be chased by Deathmaker, if anything. Utility being thrown in response.
Yeah.
Everything is right now against the side of... And this timeout, while they would have maybe hoped for their savior to come back, Knight Rider to somehow get himself back on the server, they are unfortunately forced to play this 4v5.
Yeah. And all those a little impatient in chat, you know, we also want to know who the finalist is going to be as soon as possible. But we need to give Revenant Esports a fair chance to get their way back into this, as it's a best of 3 and this is the last leg of the journey. And it'd be unfortunate for it to be bowed out in this fashion. VLT find both the openings towards both long and short, nutting the A side open, and yet again this defense. It feels the absence of one of their brilliant minds. Deathmaker. Okay, Loki just almost finds that in like a time, but Ember did pay the price for his complacency. NW1 gonna get closer and closer to that Tode force, which is kind of integral on this attack, right? It kind of enables you to get very long range and fast decisive kills, unlike the operator, that is. Logi position should be a dead kill, though. Although through the woodwork he finds MW1, and through the woodwork also he shall be taken down to the dust. 8-5. This is gonna be VLT's chance to just exploit this attack that they have. It's so easy for them to change the pace because their utility set's one that doesn't really require them to play all that passive, right? Except for the Chambers Alarm Bot, which can then root out the lurks and the post-plant threats. It's nothing that puts a stop to this. The only thing that can put a stop to this is the Astra. But again, Ember, with the way the Astra has changed over the past few months, it's a very, very small window that he can put that push to a stop, where VLT can just turn around and go the other direction.
Yep. Oh, that make okay. All right.
Bruce.
Oh, that was quite in quick succession. Wimp is just gonna hide with his teammate in front of him, the disconnected one who's practically free ultimate orb, isn't he?
Free ultimate orb. I love the way you display it. But at the end of the day, that man disadvantage VLT, if they choose to overextend, that could be their undoing as well, right? If they're going through such a narrow choke point just to get that kill, Revenant could easily camp that. And in fact, they're camping his body right as we speak. Although, I think I hear this. And this should be the end of whatever Revenant Esports have to offer. Which is not a whole lot to begin with. Now that they have the rifles, you could expect a little more calculated aggression on the back of not only the setup, but especially the stack setup that I'm expecting them to commit to. They need to not only have utility hand in hand, but they need to find this upper hand some way or the other. When you're going to play the retake, if you already lose with the numbers, it's hard to make do with utility. Although it is possible, and that is the route that they are going to take. Considering their setup, I feel like maybe instead of going for an aggressive play, they might be comfortable playing post-plant, you know, trade out the numbers that way. Maybe one of your players could go massive. You see a lot of utility disposed towards that C side to maybe cement it. Alongside the Astral Stars, you also have the Swarm and the turret. It's all on VLT's hands. Nice opening pick. Hellfighters, Amaterasu's timing could be big, because again, Hellfighter had this place set up with his peak from bottom mid. And the trade's in. No heal, however, so Amaterasu is going to be surviving on low HP. Although, considering the playing members, VLT still had that man advantage. This is nice positioning. Very nice timing. Halabot gives away this play from Amaterasu. Falls back. But this forces Wimp in an aggressive stance with the Halabot having covered him, and that could cost. Yeah. They weren't expecting that from the get-go, but they do manage to trade it out.
30 seconds left.
Everybody running back towards this A side, and Logi has committed quick rotations. He's been the man who's been the game changer for Revenant Esports throughout their journey in the Challenger series, and now that he's challenged, he's only able to rise to the occasion momentarily. 1v3. Ember, worlds against
10
him.
seconds left.
And he might not have any
Spike
stars left
planted.
in his back pocket, but he needs to be a star if he needs to pull off such a play. It's actually a 1v2, mind you.
Yeah.
Both set up in the same position, though.
Oh, the drone. That's gonna be a little bit of a problem, but
They don't.
Oh, they don't check him, but Deathmaker still finds him.
Yeah, nice try. Could've been
That
a big
drone,
hit.
just about the nick of timing, but the sound cue is not enough. They're actually kind of... Okay, velocity. Wasting time a bit, it seems, or going to pick up any weapon? No. Oh, they're choosing not to kill him. They don't want.
I hope that this is sportsmanship because
Yep,
there's time for him to come back. Oh god, okay. Everybody, regardless Revenant or VLT fan, please drop a heart, you know? Some of you had to be patient, some of you might have board exams, some of you might have something tomorrow, but the wait's worth it and VLT are waiting as well. This is heartwarming stuff, man. I love this.
Well, I love it. Velocity, keeping it down to the earth. And I'm pretty sure whoever is given this call on Velocity, they deserve a hat tipped off to them. Not taking the ultimate orb for free. Not getting that kill for free.
A little more time, you know? For hope.
Yeah. Ooh, Ember. Too much pressure on him. Just the Sheriff to handle with. MW1 gets him while Logi goes down towards Garage. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this could be the end being spilled out here. Wimp takes down Deathmaker. Has a Vandal to work with. But he's in a world apart of his own. A drone being sent in to take care of him as well. Oh, that turnaround. Fortunately, there's only one man left. And okay, right away, will take him down.
Yeah, 11-5. 2 rounds away from reaching and becoming the first grand finalist. Revenant Esports, if only things panned out a little differently. I loved their performance in
Bot
Breeze.
coming
If
back.
only the second half was a little more kinder for them, they would have been able to get on with Fracture a little early on. And even in Fracture, things could have been a different tale, but VLT more than prepped up when they had to go on the offense duty. They knew exactly what Revenant Esports had in mind with their defense. Loki, aggressive stance, he's hiding behind the box. Skargod draws the aggro, but only for so long because Amaterasu is quick with the trade. Yet again, this round slips away. And 2-2 doesn't go yet again.
Oh, Deathmaker. His feet give him away. Wimp will have his Seekers online, which he can use. It is a 2v3.
Oh, there's a distraction.
Oh, there he goes. Ember's found one. The Seekers allow a little bit more, and Hellev's gone down as well.
Right to clutch. Has the paranoia, has the shrouded steps, could play around with misinformation, and he's trying to go on the high ground. A little too ambitious of a play. And they managed to claw this one back. Revenant Esports find Velocity playing a little too overly aggressive and cocky, and they get the punish. 11-6 though. Not only are they playing on the back of a handicap, but they're playing on the back of a deficit, which is the bigger part of the picture here.
Well, Velocity Gaming, they've got 2 rounds left to go. While they've given away 1, I don't think they're going to be looking to make the same choice again. They want to finish this one quick, and they want to finish it clean. Too much room given to these Revenant players could cause to be a problem this time. It's A long, but actually Wimp has come through that knife, and he's taken up a aggressive position. That's the A side completely cleared off, so the 3 members left on Revenant can focus their forces on the other side of the map, as they dutifully are. Logi holding them at bay, has got Skargod to support them. The flash sends MW1 away from that corner. Velocity still a little respectful as to how they approach this, not really being as vigorously out front about their approaches. Slow and steady, keeping it calm. Oh boy, that timing could have maybe held Ember a kill. But this time, I think they might expect it. Or will they not? Yes, they will. Deathmaker will at least. He trades off Helef. And that knife is going to throw Logi into a mix. A grenade coming in. Deathmaker already on side. And he will find him before he can look anywhere else. And now it's only Wimp. Left in towards mid.
Planted.
4 players in front of him. And hopes that can only be fulfilled by a dream or a fantasy.
Fantasy would be more accurate. There's no way.
Last player standing.
It doesn't. Map, match, and finalist point. Ladies and gentlemen, VLT. Ready to take that throne. Their upper bracket run so far had been uncontested,
Match
and
point.
Revenant Esports were one of the only teams who were able to take a map. In fact, they were the only team who could have taken a map from them, and they did. And, you know, courtesy to this being the upper bracket run, Revenant Esports now have a matchup in the lower bracket where it's a tale of revenge. It's a tale of vengeance, as they will most probably take on Reckoning Esports. So they have another chance to get back at Velocity here. This is not the end of either's journey in this
You want to
tournament, but it
play?
is going to
Let's
be the end of
play.
their run in that upper bracket.
Need that back.
Yep, the Revenant do have another chance, but Ember, he puts his chances of this map to a rest. He goes to the beyond, and I think that it might just be down unless Scargod has something to say about it. He will get one, but LF trades back immediately, tags up second as well. And they kind of know that both the players are here. There goes right to waste from the C site to the spawn almost. And he's gonna take out
One enemy
player
remaining.
towards spawn. That's about it, ladies and gentlemen. Your first grand finalists of the TEC Challenger Series are a kill away. A Wimp
Spike
23
planted.
kill away. At this point, there's only so much he can do. He has crawled past Amaterasu, holding on. Never mind that, he's just thrown it away.
I think it's
He
done.
knows, yeah, accepted his defeat. He knows it's done. It's over.
He bows down.
Velocity Gaming
Attackers win.
will go on to be the grand finalists of TEC Challenger Series.
And in what fashion as well. A return to form, a resurgence, what is what they needed to take the series home. From narrowly winning out map 1 to redeeming themselves in map 2 and gifted a map 3 to the finals. This is going to be their deserved spot. Their performance, without a doubt, has been scary for whoever the second finalist will be. But that's a tale for another day. That's a tale for maybe even tomorrow. Right now, though, have to give it up. VLT, your first grand finalist, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
And this journey has been in the making for quite a while, and it's something that I think everybody expected, right? Everybody are like, yeah, it's gonna be easy, man. VLT are gonna find their way there regardless. Although Revenant did put up a stiff fight. In Fracture, like we said, if things were a little different in the second half, this fight would have been stiff for them to fight back from. But let's relive the highlights of the little that we got to witness from Revenant in this matchup. Oh goodness, their Haven seemed to be strong in their last matchup. Their Haven seemed to be giving them results. They were at an equalizer of 5-5. It would have been a very different story. Then again, what isn't, man?
Yeah, honestly, you know, I with the way it was going the first half, it went, you know, toe to toe with each other. They were 5-5 up, and even though it went 7-5, honestly, I think that this could have been so much more competitive than what we witnessed it to be. Unfortunately, some internet issues, some Valorant game issues have thrown it in a direction that we honestly did not want. We did not ask for, but it's something that just cannot be avoided at times. When things like these happen, there's no particular reason as to, you know, what happens. It's just, it happens and we have to deal with it. We tried, yeah, they tried to fix it, and I really tried to come back through different various methods into this game, but unfortunately, it's just not working. And today is just not Revenant's day, it seems like. And Velocity, well, they make the most of it, find themselves a grand finals berth, and they will go ahead to make sure that they at least bow out of this competition as a second place team, if not win the whole goddamn thing. And overall, this map of Haven, honestly, you know, I only want to talk about the first half, if at all anything, because the second half was, well, practically meaningless.
A true show of sportsmanship, man. VLT more than willing to wait, more than willing to give Revenant options. We're a very patient party to deal with in such a case. Again, they know it as well. This is something that's out of their hands and out of Revenant's hands as well. So kudos to them. Huge respect for how they dealt with the situation. And at the end of the day, sure, Revenant Esports, they get knocked down to the lower bracket. But where is the hero story without failure? Where is the hero story without redeeming yourself against all odds and then showing your true form? And that's the opportunity now Revenant have been gifted.
Yep, they will go down to the lower brackets to face Reckoning, and they will have to beat them yet again. But this time, pretty sure Reckoning are going to be prepared as well. So this is going to be a lot tougher match than what it was the previous time when they played in the upper bracket semifinals. And just, hope that Knight Rider this time, tomorrow, he's not going to be disconnected because of an issue that happened in game, but disconnected because he's probably celebrating victory.
You hope, dude. You gotta hope. For Revenant Esports, it's a very important matchup that they have tomorrow, and I hope that they are well rested, they are in their juices, and they kind of maybe forget what happens in this third map because they have a lot of bragging rights with how they took it neck to neck in Breeze and they closed it out in the final moments, and at least were able to contest Fracture against the likes of Velocity Gaming, which, mind you, they picked. So, yeah, VLT taking the win here, and this makes the grand final so much more heated, right? You already have one revenge matchup in the lower bracket. Like we said, Reckoning taking on Revenant Esports. Mind you, Revenant Esports 2-0 Reckoning the last time they duked
Yep.
it off in that upper bracket semi-final. So not only do we have that one revenge matchup, but if Revenant manage to redeem themselves and claw their way back up and take the second finalist slot to join us in what could be the biggest stage of this month, things get so much more heated and things get so much more invaluable, not only each win but each round. And let's also head to the series MVP because we had a lot of outstanding players throughout this best of three. You couldn't point at any individual. Deathmaker might be the series MVP, but I feel like MW1's versatility and his ability to just jump in the spot and be the answer that VLT asked for cannot be overlooked. Everybody from VLT going on above and beyond, and this grand final spot is a homage to what kind of work that they've put in.
Yeah, but you know what I am interested in? This man put up quite a performance. And honestly, he deserves the credit for what he's done. He top fragged, I think, across all three maps, if I'm not wrong, for his team. And he's got 17 first bloods across three maps. That is quite a number to have across three maps. And honestly, pretty great job from him. 316 ACS, constantly adding on to his MVP standing numbers. And yeah, let's see if he's going to be putting up a same... he's going to be putting up the same numbers in the grand final, which is going to be day after tomorrow on the 8th of May. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, that's been pretty much it. The story of tonight's game has been a little bit awry for one team, while the other will enjoy the spoils of it. Let's go to the brackets, though, as we look at the final stretch of the Challengers series. We've got two more games. It is the lower brackets where the decider finals will be happening tomorrow. And we've got the grand final on 8th. And honestly, Revenant Esports, I'm pretty sure this match is going to set a fire in them that no matter what happens, they're getting back at Velocity and they're going to come back for all of what just happened.
For sure, dude. So much heat in this final phase, and that's what we expected, right? This has been one of the trademark two teams that we've had as our underdog, Reckoning Esports and Revenant Esports, both having that signature of being a very versatile lineup, which allows them to go toe-to-toe against the Goliaths of our scene. And that's something that's pretty evident with what we had on display today, and that could be evident on what we have displayed on 8th and tomorrow potentially. So that's more incentive for you to again hit that subscribe, hit that bell, and a huge shout out to all our sponsors to make this amazing tournaments possible. Go down to the description, find yourself the latest monitor from LG Ultragear, and power your PC with the latest SSD from Crucial to make sure you're the fastest to maybe install that jet so that Deathmaker doesn't take it off your hands. And maybe grab that Red Bull to make sure that your game is as adrenaline pumped and as driven as our grand finals that should be on 8th. But yeah, this is going to be it for today, ladies and gentlemen. You know where to find us. You know when to find us. We're going to see you then. Until then, take care and be safe.
2, 3, let's go.